insane passing, very good pace, insane shooting, good physicals, brilliant play styles, brilliant card. 5.7 million points. I'm probably not paying that, but we've got on Matty, we've got +1, 2 physical and defending, then 1's across the board otherwise. But yeah, no, she just won the battle for it. All-star 5-star, great dribbling, very good passing. Other than shot power, great shooting, good pace, good defending, good physical, little low on aggression, incredible play styles. Relentless, perfect, technical, good, incisive pass, brilliant, tiki-taka, lovely, finesse shot, lovely. Good card, good card, good card. We've also got Carmona. Across the UK, NatWest is helping hundreds of thousands of businesses like these to get started. Big digital tools. Tomorrow, begins today. Now get 2 years of free everyday banking if you open a NatWest starter account. All-star 3-star. Oh, sweet. Nice. Look at the sizable upgrades. The Pepe's got a very nice dribbling for a fullback. Relentless, rapid, technical, incept, and finesse shot. But this is a good card. I like this card. The shadow on her, I think, is a very good fullback. Good passing, very good dribbling, good physicals, very good pace, very good defending, and good pace styles. And 4-star, 3-star. We've got Bornau and Nandez. Nandez looks like he'll fit in the 3-star, 2-star, bit of a stinky card, I can't even lie. Bit of a stinky card. I'll put shadow on him, but now we've got Bornau. Then about this, mad pace upgrade or what? 5 pace. You can go to the excuse me. He can go into the evolutions upgrade thing as well. You know what? That's not a terrible card. 6'3", 3-star weak foot. Little bad dribbling, probably. That's what, like, great sprint speed. I mean, once you get the +2, I'm trying to make him seem good, but he's just not, is he? And then we've got Williamson. The fact that she's already 100k is disrespectful. She goes straight to my team. 6 pace upgrade, 4 physicals. Oh, this is an amazing card. He's got long ball pass pass, anticipate bruiser, block and jockey. 4-star, 3-star swimmers, 3-star weak foot. Pop a shadow on her. Insane pace, insane defending, incredible physicals, unbelievable passing. What more do you need? What more do you need? Unbelievable card. And then the icons. Now, as always, guys, we are going to have a video out a little bit later for the Evos. We'll take a look at some of them right here, right now. But mostly, she's 5'7". There she is. For David Trezeguet, there's only one Ken style we can apply to him. It'll be a Hunter. This card will just be reasonably cheap. It'll be affordable. 4-star, 4-star is nice. His play styles are alright. Passing's terrible. Dribbling's quite harsh. Pace is alright. Shooting very good. Trezeguet's just not it. Ashley Cole, compared to his 86, wow, they boosted him up to an 89. He's got a really good upgrade. Wow. He's got Ashley Cole's like this card here. I used a lot. I used for about 20 games or so. It's good. This card looks brilliant. The shadow Ken star on him, top pace, top defending, very good physicals, very good passing, very good play styles. We've got Javier Zanetti, right back, left back, centre mid, beautiful, relentless plus, 4-star weak foot. Not the biggest upgrade on him. Still not bad. I'll pop shadow on him. I'm not playing with 4 fullback, to be fair, myself. Because of the 4-star weak foot, it's really nice. Rest proven, anticipating, set jockey, power shot, relentless plus. I would definitely play him at fullback instead of in the centre mid. He'd be one of the best fullbacks in my opinion. We've got the brand new hero, Francescoli, 4-star, 4-star. Bit heavy on balance, otherwise really good. First touch plus, pace. Finesse shot, power shot, incisive pass, technical flair, and acrobatic. Pop a Hunter on him. Top pace, top shooting, good dribbling, good passing, good physical, good card. Good card. Not my ideal card. He plays in the Argentina League and is Uruguay, so it's going to be hard to link him. We've got Usainio Centurions. Usainio Centurions, 4-star, 5-star. They've given him 2 defending and physical, 1's across the board otherwise. They don't change the play style, it seems, but it's their power shot and rapid plus. An insane card. Insane card. And then we also got Zico, who looks crazy. 3 defending, 2 physical, 1's across the board otherwise. It's just, again, it's an insane card, right? I'll probably go an engine on him. I would definitely go an engine on him. And that looks like it'd be a ridiculous card in game with those play styles as well. Now, when we go to GG, we have got 2 new evolutions. We have got Centurions attacking mid, which is the paid one. Let's have a look at the best eligible players. Boom could be a fun one, especially that week upgrade makes it a 5-star, 4-star. I have a feeling, based on what's here, I have a feeling this is going to be best suited for already upgraded cards. Two will be good. She's got really good play styles. Goes up to an 87 rating with the Centurions attacking mid. Comes 5-star, 4-star with really good play styles and really good stats. But yeah, I think when it comes to, so for example, like Kai Havertz, he's going to look at, I've got a stat nations card. He's going to gain 7 pace, 3 shooting, 2 passing, 2 dribbling, and 3 more physical. And this is going to make him a ridiculous card. He's already so good. But I got him, I've got a marksman on him, didn't I? That is an unreal card. Genuinely unreal. He already had 5-star week for Havertz, this is the other one, so he doesn't really get the upgrade, he already had it. It doesn't come behind me.
Sound good.
Yeah, I do. I feel like when we do this, you're going to get a better look at who's going to be good and who's not going to be good. But I'm going to take some time to find the best ones, and then we'll have a video up a little bit later for this. I don't have that 87, isn't it? Just go through 86. I don't think it's showing like the other ones. And then if we look at the this is for champion awards, yeah. Our first for champion awards. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. Here we go. He's got 3 1 of 84 pluses as well. So it's going to be quite high. Oh yeah, my bad. Music. Blah, 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 blah. Oh god, don't mute it. Figured it out. Don't worry. Casemiro's there. Hopefully that won't be too long. It'll be alright. Casemiro's there. Got Delict. That's Delictful. Love it. Love it. Eggerberg. Nice. 89 dupes. Love that. Gonna have these guys on done in no time. Ooh. Barla inform from the 1382 pluses. Maybe I'll have to do that. Maybe they'll be actually alright. Those ones. Maybe. If we open a few of those here today, no music. Yeah, you should be able to hear music, just not the game audio. Alright. Got some quick channels already. Packs, 50k pack first up. And we hit a Centurions. Is that Trent? Love that. I'll look at Evo's shortly, guys. Let's just open packs for a little 30 minutes here. And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to go and look at. I know them as well. Very nice. Yeah, 7 o'clock, we'll go and look at the Evos. That's the only pack this week. Yeah, 82 plus. What is it like? 20k, 25k or something like that to complete it, isn't it? It's not awful. Not as bad as the first four. You haven't sent me to pray the Maverick. Oh no, Iron. is tradable as well, not bad. The this Spenny one, 85 rate, nothing else in there too good, unfortunately. Nothing else in there too good. Thanks for subs on the Evo as well, I appreciate that. Yeah, Havertz goes on 27 with the Evo, and then I can Evo like another Arsenal player as well. Got the 85 by 2. The England. Right back. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's alright, it's bronze. I will walk out, alright. Not bad, not bad. 87 and Osimhen, 88. Not the best, not the worst. What can we do there? 13 minutes for him, 15 pressures. Yeah, Russo goes to an 87, which is quite good. Main striker, what back of that? That's just a 2-player, an 82 by 2, was it? And last but not least, another 82 by 2. Unfortunately, it's not the one. Not the one. Gigi's faking this foul. Waiting for a mate. I'm recording right now, Joshua. You do have to type it to me if there's anything super pertinent. 84 plus rare gold player pack. Ex-Chelsea, who's that? Oh god. So it's because the YouTube chat comes up in like floods rather than as he messaged, so I don't actually see it on the chat. I only saw it as I was looking at a different screen there. Got it nothing again. Either do Havertz or Russo will try the Evo. Well, Havertz will go into the Cam Evo. 83 by 3. Aren't paying out too much, are they? That's terrible. We've got a balance between SBCs and evolutions. Oh, it's opening, it's hitting the, what's it got, 8,000 big points? Yeah. What's that? Alman, Sheridan. Havertz doesn't go into the Cam Evo. Well, Havertz fits one, and then the other player fits the other. So I can do 2 Arsenal players, basically. Yeah, the striker one for Havertz, up to an 87. So I won't be doing any of the other Arsenal strikers. And the 2,000 people pack as well. Here we go. We are yet to hit a new card. They're going to be Cobell. Double walkout. Could be alright. Could be alright. Who is it? Van Dijk! Alright, it is alright. Van Dijk's the best card. Well, one of the best centre backs in the game for sure. Oh, Saka in there as well. That's beautiful. Oh, it's an untradeable duplicate. Or tradable. Let's go. You love to see that, don't you? You love to see that. Havertz has to go in the strike one. Yeah, so Havertz goes in the strike one, and then unlike Trossard or something goes in the next one. Trezeguet and Makelele. Oh wait, we didn't see Makelele on put in for the film content. That's interesting. Dupes there. Of course, Man United striker got the options. But I'll help you there, mate. As a Man United fan, you should know which Man United strikers that there are. Tomori's nice. I'd be taking Tomori personally. Not for the Fuller. Quite mad. It's quite mad. Oh, there's Paul. Oh, it's still nice. Our first Centurions from a player pick. But not what you want, is it? Armona, I feel like she's going to be relatively cheap. Got Kieran Trippier. Upgrade all with Ego. Oh, yeah, I suppose getting her up to an 86 should be very good. So she only gets up with it 1 pace, so it's not like the best in terms of certain stats, but it's still a boost, which is nice. And then Holly Watkins from the 1 of 3 82 plus players. That's some pretty good player picks to be fair. Yeah, you can leave her indeed. What have we got? Oh, damn, this guy's got Iring finish, right? 83 by 3. Aint, centre back. Going to be a medical quartz. Messi just won Ballon d'Or, did he? I thought he won a couple of days ago, they have never ever given the Ballon d'Or winner a special card, so I don't think that they'll start now. And then Turby. Is Jude SBC worth doing? I personally think he's too expensive. But it's one of those sort of like each their own situations, right? They didn't have the rights to it before. Then Twitch chat through. Twitch chat comes through as you type. YouTube chat comes through in bulks of like 20 messages at once, and it's not timed. It's like it's an amount of messages as it sends it through, rather than like the timing of the messages. Send it through on call. Let's have a look. On the eve of the earth instructions, what's his best base players? Then chat suggestions. You probably have fun. And open and squad egos. Yep. So best base cards and so that's fun. But Mike will be editing that tonight anyway, right? The Twitch chat about YouTube chat. Nothing to do with this.
Site speed matters. Not only does a slow site frustrate customers, it repels them. Slow websites have been linked to higher bounce rates and lower conversions. I think a really good way of putting it is, if it's not fast, it's broken. Milliseconds could mean millions in missed sales for today's businesses, and even negatively impact organic search rankings. So here are 5 ways you can help increase your site speed and ultimately improve your customer experience. One of the most important things you can do to help your overall performance is to understand what happens to your website when
chat's more to do with the way it populates on the theme that I've got. In all the Real Madrid midfield is here now. I can walk out there as well. Tony Kroos. Get Ludwig's truffle extension. I'm going to go to Restreamio tomorrow and try on there, see what differences we get. Oh, Marcus Rashford. Tradable as well. That's from the Ultimate Pack. That's a big dub. That is very, very, very nice. Very nice. Even at 89 Harrison is a nice pickup as well. Oh, Evo Cremona again. I'm just at 40k at the moment, probably because of the Real Madrid things. Oh, Memphis Depay as well. I think he's going to be discarded. Yep. There's another 10k in the bag right there. Lovely, jubbly that. His rules have been very, very nice. Very, very nice. We've got an 85x2. Going to be Mane. Double walkout as well. Paddy O. And Hobel. Good follow-up. Good points back. And then, was it an 85x3? The other one. Nice. That's some good for champ rules, that is. Does he get Spain? And then Barcelona. It's obviously not Bonmati. Instead, it is Patri Vijaro. That double walk out, you can see. Sheridan and Bright. Not bad. Good points there, man. Good returns there. You don't mind that too much. Well done, Epic Resistance. Another set of weekend league rewards right here. Let's get an icon thing here. Oh, as long as it's Dembele's tradable. I guess it's not. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Is it? No, that's tough. First we've got Maignan, Trent's alright. And then Modric and Erdogan. Obviously got Erdogan. But not cultured. But not very cultured. McKay basics, not bad. Not bad. Yes, thank you very much. I need to SBC actually to see if I can get McKay basics as a first owner instead of as a purchase player, because I would like McKay basics as a first owner instead of as a purchase player. Alright, his rewards. He's got 100k back. I would really like to see one of those icons we've had, even one of the cheaper ones. It's going to be Bernardo Silva. Not a double walkout. What's up with Correa? I want to buy him. What do you mean, what's up with him, my man? You want to buy him? Go and buy him. Go and buy him. ultimate pack. And I don't feel like this is going to be very ultimate. I'll go red stars. Nagasako, 84. That is bad, isn't it? As far as an ultimate pack goes. Oh, Color One, he saved it. He didn't even see. He didn't even pay attention. He didn't even pay attention. Chigo Color One, how much is he now? I thought Color One is quite expensive, to be fair. 8-2 by 2. Come on, Rich. Oh no, maybe not. It's Kovacic. Evolving your founder Evo could be risky, I reckon. Here will bring out a special Evo for your founder ones. Discard. Yeah. Maybe it would help the community if it was. No, because you could just evolve a new person. Like I don't think that they will give more founder Evos that only allow founded Evo cards. Got here. Double walk out. Bruno Fernandes, nice. I'd rather keep that for his own video, to be fair, Josh. Right, this guy's doing his Centurions Foundation packs. Did you guys see that message before we started the video? Oh, look. That's Holland. It's not. Oh, that's the Chelsea girl. She's pretty good, isn't she? Not a double walkout, but not bad. Oriten. Let's get on with the Ariel, Ronaldo, the Nessie low, not that. Jorginho, beautiful. I kind of wish he goes with set players with plus one instead of being +1. I've upgraded bronze all out to a beast, but that's the 2 stars and 3 stars just bad. Well, we've already had 2 +1 weak puts, right? So you could have got, in theory, a 2-star weak put bronze up to a 4-star weak put bronze already, and we're only a month into the game, right? Eventually, you'll get all the Evo options that you want.
So if you go through all them other videos, all of them you can see them with the playstyle thing. None of them were on my cards. I didn't even realize it. Like I had the disabled all my playstyles. So if they can do that to the game, what can't they do to it? Like I've never realized it. Like after about 200 matches, I'm thinking like, well, I've never seen them playstyle things, but I never realized it weren't even showing them. The cards never might in game. I don't know who a man is to think you got the right to do that. So when does it end? You know what I mean? When does it end? When does it get to the point where they're stopping me from winning games? You know what I mean? When does it get to that point? I'm very curious to know when does it get to the point where they're stopping me from winning games, and when does it get to the point that well, it's all down to me for losing? You get me? I'd like to understand when does it get to that point. Innit? So they can turn off my play styles. They're turning off my play styles, turning off my trainers, doing foot champ. I mean all these weird stuff. So they have that much control. They don't want to show their faces. The public authorities within Manchester are ensuring that they make it as difficult as possible to obtain any way to find these men. So I don't really understand why they're trying to enslave me. You get me? It's quite a curious thing, isn't it? But what exactly do they have to hide? Because there's 60 odd million people in this country. Why would they choose just me? So I would say maybe they were doing something wrong and they had to create situations where they can apply, well, it can only be racially biased or motivated, I guess, laws, isn't it? I mean, because certain laws would never catch the local population out. because they would have been here and heard it and seen it all themselves. So, say, i.e., restriction on certain individuals, you'd rarely find that happening to a local person for the main reason they're born here their whole lives, so they know what the government will do, so it won't affect them. It will only affect foreigners. So by default, you got to really question their motives, isn't it? Because by default, they know it won't affect majority of the locals. Yeah, it would only mainly affect foreign people because locals would know. It would be a secret between the local community. So how is it not racism? Because if it's only, you don't have to be black to suffer from racism, because xenophobia is a form of racism. Xenophobia means you don't like foreign people or anyone from a different country. So it is targeting whatever is going on here. It's targeting foreign people. Human trafficking happen all over the world. So a team of human traffickers could fuck with people outside of this country and then send them to this country and have the government finish them off. Because it could be a possible thing because people have long accused certain politicians and government members of being involved in stuff like that. So it's possibly it's a way to finish them off, isn't it? Because kids go missing all the time. They could abuse a kid in some foreign country, yeah, send them to England. They weren't born here, so they have no idea about the culture. They're going to grow up with the animal mentality that they were taught. Come to England, some white man is going to spot him out for no reason at all, just take notice of him. Just for no reason at all. And all of a sudden they're in some restrictive situation. And that's it. That will only finish them off. And they spend the rest of their lives being told that they're mentally ill. They spend the rest of their life being told that they're mentally ill. And ultimately they take themselves out and guess what? That issue that issue resolved itself, innit? Because it would only nobody could argue with the logic. Local people will never really get caught in a situation like this. Never. Because even if there was, they would know exactly who to go to. And they would know exactly who is more likely to have implemented such an action. So it would never affect the local population, it would only affect foreigners who now enter the UK. But it would never affect the local community. For numerous reasons, they got family, friends, they got all various sort of things. So they know by default it's never really going to affect them. It looks like a general law that's for everybody. But the reason why they don't want any, I guess, any attention brought to it, because obviously when you start looking through it and you start asking questions, subject request acts, blah blah blah, you're gonna realize it's disproportionately foreigners. The arguments will have to be made according to the stats that it's targeting foreigners. Because by default, it doesn't affect the local population. I mean, by default, because what? In this country, so there's 60 million people. So you could argue, I read something that says 5.9 million are non British. Yeah? And then obviously you have those unregistered people, whatever. So if you're looking at what? 55 million people. Yeah? Each of them have family members, each of them have friends. Yeah? So if you're looking at 55 million people, each of them have family members and friends, the chances are they're going to have a politician, a police, a doctor, a solicitor, and just somebody who has access to general information. The chances are they're going to have one of these five people within their family that they can run to, just in case the shit gets peak. You get me? I mean, so it is targeting foreign. Because who can argue with the logic? You know what I mean? I'd like to be alive for that to happen. Because when you really sit and look at the situation created, it had no the agenda was never for the local community, never. It was meant for outsiders and newcomers. Guess what? You come here, you've been here 2 months. You say something that one of them don't like. Guess what? They run to somebody. That person run to somebody, and then next minute you are being exploited, abused, and then tossed in prison or deported from the country. All of a sudden, you said. You know what I mean? Well, you cannot argue with the logic that of 55 million people, or to be exact, 54.1 million people. The chances are at least 75% of the people basically have some way of getting that information.
Oh, bloody hell! Moraine, 84. He looks pretty good, but they're showing decisive pass to Trivella. He's got some good play styles. I don't know. I just realised we can stick him into the evolutions.
So they can just basically, they can just, you come in this country and just have your life turned upside down. You think you're coming to a better life, and you came into a goddamn prison, innit? Voluntarily and not even realize it. You walk into a volunteer into a prison and you didn't even realize that was the case. You know what I mean? Because that's why they don't want it to be questioned. They will never allow it to be questioned because what are they gonna do? It will show you that it's disproportionately used against foreigners. Whether it is planned, whether it is agreed, it's meant to look like a thing that affects everyone. If you go through all these restrictions and bannings, I mean, how could the local population be caught in it? They've lived there all their lives. They would have seen it time and time again. They would have known what to do and what not to say publicly. And obviously, the people they're saying it to, it's more likely their friends, isn't it? So anything bad they're gonna say, they're saying it to people that they grew up with, our family, who's never gonna toss them under the bus in that sort of way.
Team is locked and loaded, and this man has been scoring way too many goals just because, unfortunately, we were playing score battles with him, so it's 26, 36, 27. It's basically what he gets anyway, but yeah, it is a little bit inflated, and even Harry Kewell as well now. It's a bit of a shame. I spent about 10,000 coins purchasing TIFOs and stadium items, and this is my stadium. Hold on, why do I have a USA badge there? That costs like 1,600 alone. No.
Shock on.
Go on. Steve Solid. Oh, you're cheeky, Steve Solid, I tell you. That is not Cancelo, the block trade. No, I don't think that's even activated if you're controlling the player. I think that's what the AI is. I guess Man United. Yeah, Llorente's so good at right back though as well. I don't really know who I should play in that position. The competition is
Okay,
this is what we need in this league.
couldn't just get a normal player to go up against a variety of shit, innit?
It's taking 15 minutes to get a goal already. Cancelo. That run from Di Natale. Active. All around version as well. Come on, Di Natale. Come on, Di Natale. Oh, that's gorgeous. Good stuff in though. And we have Di Natale. He's even playing more of like a winger in this game, showing a lot more pace than he usually does. What's Di Natale? Did he mean to? Oh my god, that is a trash goal. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did he mean to pass that other guy? No, it's Ross. Just before half time as well. Now let's not block this because we started off so low. Bellingham. Oh, through his legs. Down here. Jimmy Son. Oh, that was just beautiful. Put it through his legs. And then he touched as well. I used LBRB on the ball with Di Natale to get that control.
So I've got my hand on RB, and for some reason Dijon didn't feel it necessary to head the ball away or block the ball. Innit? So you can see my fingers already empty. Um, Look at this guy. This guy's rubbish everywhere. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So annoying. Run past him, run past him. Hmm. Okay. Yo, look at this shit out of game. So sit down. Shoot, get away from them. Uh, Yeah, yeah. Look at this fucking. Ugh. There's no point going over his head there. So tomorrow he would have just win the ball, innit? So I had to play it on the floor to get the space. Not sure what I think about Keane. Keane gets the ball all the time, but does do anything with the ball. Eh? So I'm gonna have him on cut inside. Julian, get in the box, yeah, and leave quiet just unbalanced. Alright, so I got all my forwards and get in the box. I got quiet unbalanced, yeah, and I had Dijon as a man to the person to run inside the box. Just watch this, you realize that I'm always like lacking support in the box. Yeah, I'm always lacking that support. Innit? I want the Portuguese guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just stay there, stay there. Back to him. He's trying to force a goal for him. He's just trying to force the goal back to him. Down the line, over his head. You see what I mean, man? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought he was gonna give it back to. Look at that shit, dude. As soon as he turns back, look at the game, dude. Fuck off. Yeah. This guy is not even good. They're just trying to mimic. They're just fabric. It's just all a fabrication game. See Rodrigo all the way out there. Just watch this. Just watch this. Eh? Oh, fuck off. So you're telling me Rodrigo stood there the whole time offside and didn't think it was necessary to stop being offside? Yeah, I mean, like, why would he just be stood in the offside position? That doesn't even logically make sense. But the AI just stood in the fucking logic in the offside position. Okay, over the top now, run past it. No, back to him. No, yeah, they're just trying to give him the win. Yeah, gotta keep running up the pitch. Yeah, back to him. You know, yeah, you can see what's going on. Yeah, watch this now. Yeah. So I'm pushing it. Gotta come in the middle. I don't have a choice there. All the way across. Give him the turning. Watch this, watch it. Over the top. Yeah. uh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, look, what? Swear to God, mate. Alright, so then you can still see they're trying to make him score. What should be equal as it? I've not won the ball off him on that wing position the whole time. I knew what was going to happen. Yeah. I've not won the ball off him not once on them wings, but not once. Over the top. Right, watch this now. Watch this now. Yeah, waiting for the help. Give him the. He's back on to me before. Look, he's not stop going over there because every time he goes there, he gets the ball. Yeah. I knew. Good see it coming. I could already see that coming. No, it's such a stitch up. It's such a fabricated game. Now I'm supposed to be angry now, like 89 minutes. That's what they're trying to stitch it up in. It's emotional manipulation, innit? That's all it is, emotional manipulation. Yeah. You can see that way he twisted his body did not even make sense to the which gave him the ball, which gave him the ball. Yeah, which the way he turned his body did not even make sense. I just turned his body just to play it through the middle, and he did a half turn. I say, this is what I'm saying. This is all in England. You have things what they call like restrictions on people, yeah, and they can stitch you up and put restrictions on you, and you don't know that that's what they've done. And when you try and question them, they they make it difficult for you to get the answers. And most people just take their own lives in because they don't know what's going on, so they can kill you that way. And then legally, it looks like, oh, well, they had a legal right, they had a restriction on you and all that. You can see, look, yeah. Instead of just turning, I look how much space I've got. Why would I not just turn and hit the ball through the center? That's why, because they intended it for it to go there. That's what. I have all that space. Why couldn't I just turn straight and pass the ball? In England, they can just put restrictions on you, yeah, and then guess what? Don't tell you about it. Send your post to the neighbor's house. The neighbor is obviously going to look like one of them, innit? And when the neighbor looks at one of them, they're gonna hide it. Look at them play tackling each other. All of a sudden, the game's not working. You can clearly see the players tackling each other, innit? Yeah. So they'll send your post to the neighbor. And guess what? You didn't turn up to the court. Why you have a default decision against you? Look at that. Look at them players. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. So from 1-0 up to a 90-minute equalizer. Look where the ball is. Look where tomorrow is. 1-0 up. You had a 90-minute equalizer. The players are on the floor. And tomorrow, yeah, look at the keeper. Yeah. 1-0 up. They're trying to get me into curse and shout so they can go and secretly justify it and take it to whoever racist that's going to have to assess the situation. And they're all racist. And I think they're clever, isn't it? Yeah, all of a sudden, can't pass, can't do anything. Can't run away from him, look. Yeah, yep. Yeah, back to, I mean, yeah, back to, yeah, they think they're so clever, because I already answered them, I already know what they've done. I've not won the ball off Bamba, not once, bro. Not once, not once, yeah, not once I've won the ball off Bamba, bro. I get it, he's quick, but he still shouldn't have that effect on the game. Not won the ball off him once. You can see how scripted it is, isn't it? Can't control the ball now. Ball's all over the show. So from a 90-minute equalizer, yeah, to unable to do that, to my players knocking each other out of the way, which allows Tomori to get a free goal. You know what I mean, yeah, to players just running away from the ball. Yeah, yeah, unable to move. No, unable to move. Unable to move. Unable to move. Unable to pass the ball. All of a sudden, I'm incapable now. Yeah, you can see a 3-1 coming now. Just to, you know what I mean? Keep you in the game, keep you in, make you feel like it's possible for you to equalize, build up the tension and the anxiety. And then after building up then they just finish you off with a third goal. And you feel dejected and rejected for the rest of the match. Anytime I got violent on the pitch, like constantly colliding with people. Well, I already know the pattern and the plan of what they're doing. It's the same thing all the time. Yeah, now all of a sudden my internet is messing around. All of a sudden my internet is lagging out, dropping frames. All of a sudden it's meant to be at 23. So I can see it behind the controller. I don't understand why EA put that there, innit? I mean, yeah. I told you. I know exactly what to do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So for my 90-minute equalizer, after couldn't get in a shot off to winning 3-1 was that's crazy to me. Yeah, no, it's kind of even simple, make a simple pass out there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So my shot turned immediately into you say we're running at the ball. Yeah, it's all a plot, isn't it? It's all a stitch up, isn't it? That's just how racism works. Yeah? Racism isn't putting a noose around your neck anymore. It's setting you up to look like the bad person. Eh? That's the new model and new face of racism. Because guess what? All of this goes on. You got upset and gone and attacked somebody. Is the police and the government going to put publicly your statement out there and said, well, these things were happening? Are these white police officers and white BBC and white prosecutors and court, are they going to do that? They're not going to do that. They're not. Because if you go around, you see people 10 years trying to get justice for something bad that happened to them. And if some people don't die in 10 years, then they'll just give up on fire. It's been long enough. But they can delay anything for as long as they want. The justice system is alive, especially in countries like this. It's all based on racism. Because the rich and powerful white man, you won't even get in court, bro. You won't even hear anything. They'll cover it up. The lawyer seems to know some suspicious way of su- suppressing all the information. And yeah, I mean, it's like it was Ryan Giggs, isn't it? When he must have cheated on his wife or some shit like that. Innit? Yeah, I slept with his brother's sister. He paid his money and got it and got the what do you call that? Innit? When they can't talk about it publicly. Innit? You know what I mean? So guess what? You don't know who is doing it. They don't want you to know who is doing it. Then you can't stop them from talking about it publicly, can you? They're criminals, but by its very definition, I will attack them because I know exactly what to say in that courtroom. I know exactly what to say in that courtroom. Because if you can't find the authority that's doing it, you can't put injunctions on them and shit like that to stop them from going out there calling your name. So the NHS also has a rule that says, oh, if they deem you, yeah, it doesn't say you have to tick off certain criteria. No, it doesn't say nothing like that. It says if they deem you as a threat to the public, they can negate the law of what they call personal information. It doesn't say you have to tick any boxes. It doesn't say you have to have these 10 criteria put together for that law to apply. It just says they have to deem you as such. So they have no reason. They can just do it if they feel like it. Because he can just have some irrational fear of you, and that's enough to justify it. Why? It's because you're rarely going to see a minority that's either not involved in something above their pay grade or I guess under the rule of their thumb. No minority is going to have that position to make that judgment and decision. So there's all type of laws out there that they can break privacy laws and personal information laws. And they're gonna go out of their way not to tell you about it because if they tell you that about it, you're going to do your own research. You're going to find that shit out, and then how is it going to work? They can't go and tell people out there. You can go and get injunctions again. So technically, I'd have to put an injunction on the whole NHS, the whole Greater Manchester Police, the whole NCA, whole MI5. I'd have to do it to all of them. Bro. I mean, like, who's got that money to do all that? And that's why they hide, isn't it? It's because they're ensuring that you can't stop them from saying it. And then there's no legal issue with them telling you because the longer they hide, you can't stop them from saying it. And when it comes down to the court, and if somebody ever comes forward and says they were saying this, guess what? All I can say, well, technically we legally had the right if you did not put an injunction or there's laws in these countries. And then you'd have to flip the script and say, well, technically, you ensure to hide. The Greater Manchester Police is guilty of hiding who you are. The NHS Mental Health Services within the Northwest is also guilty of hiding who you are. Well, and that's how I negate what you try to negate it yourself. Innit? That's how I go around what you went around yourself. So it's all about what you can go around, isn't it? I mean, it's all about going around what you can. So save anyway. Save. One save for him, one save for him. And go. So you can see 93 minute miss that it was all him at the end. I mean, all him. So he just went from this last save, and then the game just went against me there. I mean, I can't be laughing. Like I say, they're trying to manipulate in my emotions. And obviously, if you don't know what's happening, then it's gonna work, innit? If you know what's happening, it's a good defense in court. Innit? At the head of the United Nations, they look like them, blood. So where do you go, innit? See, somebody has to point the fact out, innit? At the head of the United Nations, they fucking look like them. Britain spend the most money on funding the United Nations ever since 1940. What six? Yeah, since 1946. They're the biggest donors there, innit? And if you're the one that's pumping money in behind anything, like whether or not you're in the hot seat, you make all the talk, innit? Because if you withdraw your money, that's a massive loss, innit? So emotional. This is the new face of racism, innit? It's turning you to the monster, innit? By messing around and manipulating your emotions, all without you being aware. Emotional manipulation. Look at this shit. Emotional manifestation. So what the fuck is that? Six times you are dealing with an emotional manipulator. Alright, cool. Let's go. Let's go. Can I get this to go bigger? Right, emotional manipulation is the use of different tactics to exert power and control. So, i.e., in a relationship, um, you can say ugly. Usually, men say to their partners, "Oh, she's ugly. She's this, she's that, and she feels worthless." And then obviously, it's a way of subjugating somebody without physically doing it. You get me? It's all mind control, basically, you know. So instead of beating somebody with a stick and whipping them in the butt like they used to in slavery, they've changed it now to mental and cognitive control. So in this country, you have what you call CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. It's basically changing how you think to how the person who is doing it or the people who are influencing it want you to think. So that is enough to prove that they can turn even the nicest person into a fucking murderer if they felt like it. So emotional management is used for different tactics to establish power and control over another person. It is often a precursor to emotional abuse. Manipulators engage in various tactics to make the victims comply with their wishes and ideas. Tactics of emotional passive aggression. So, i.e., like I said, instead of physically beating someone, you were going to say, "Oh, your partner is ugly," or even the woman version of it, she'll go, "Oh, you don't make enough money," or "you weak," or you can't sexually pleasure that sort of thing. Innit? So instead of they physically harm you, they do it mentally. Innit? Yeah. So moving the goalposts. So what they're calling upgrades is moving the goalposts. So okay, cool.
You went and found out that the police has some form of investigation. Okay, cool. You then go and try and obtain information from the police, citizen advice, or even a solicitor. Then they put a barricade in front of it. Yeah, make it difficult. So they're moving the goalpost. You get me? Because obviously they know they can't win. So they're stretching it out to either damage you mentally, cause you to cause harm to yourself or others, and then they can use manipulate the law around you. You're going to more likely sit in front of some fucking white judge and some white prosecutor and a 95% white jury. And if they see that one nigger or Asian that's there that they think is not going to vote their way, they'll fucking remove him from the jury and install somebody another nigger that would, innit? Emotional bullying, humiliating someone. So them 10-0 score lines, 8-0 score lines, you know what I mean? And then they come and send you various sort of messages. So I can show you a few of them. They'll send you messages after like this, innit? So you can see I didn't have to search hard. This guy beat me 10-2. He's like, oh, so easy. I beat this guy. He's like, you're not the better player. Playing like that, sweating much. Yeah, it gets worse. There's also, stop the game, bro. You're so boring. Like turning 50 times. I mean, like turning 50. So it's passive aggressive, gaslighting, emotional bully. It's all three of them, yeah. Because look at the comment like this now, yeah. So, like turning 50 times with your full, but don't you? So, I'm playing the game. I'm not worried about what he's doing to play the game. He's going to passively come and criticize how I play the game. Guess what? It's gonna mess with your mind, isn't it? Because you're gonna change your way you play unconditionally, or what's the word I'm looking for? Consciously, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not gonna play on your mind, innit? So it's passive aggression, innit? It really wants to say, oh, you're shit. Yeah, I mean, oh, all you do is turn, but then he just says it in this sarcastic way. Because what sarcasm really is passive aggression. Yeah, it's a way to entrap people, and that's why the Brits love it. And I would say they love it because everyone I've met seems to be sarcastic. I've never just met a normal British person, whether that's coincidence or whether that was a special ops team trying to create hate towards them. I'd go with the latter. Let's say it was the Special Division Task Force, um, who their role is to entrap and capture individuals. I would say it was them and their tactic to make it always seem like everyone's sarcastic. Because if you constantly hear sarcasm, so at some point you're gonna start taking it wrong, innit? And then guess what? They go on and say, "Oh mate, you you look fucking ill, lad." Ha 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 ha. And you get upset about it. They go, "Oh, it's only a joke, bro. It's only a joke." Now they become the victim. You get me? Now they're throwing the hands up. Now they're the victim. Now you're the aggressor. Now they can go, guess what? If you're unlucky enough to meet the worst of the kind of them, you'll have those who secretly are videoing you. And guess what? That 10-second what he did is not going to be shown to anybody relevant, public or otherwise. You becoming aggressive towards that person is what they're going to show. Obviously some white man's gonna see you as some nigger from some foreign country, basically intimidating one of their own. Yeah, you obviously see where that goes. So if you flip the other stick like that, you have never touched a woman in your life. So you can see the passive aggressiveness, you can see the emotional and psychological bullying, and guess what? It gaslights you to respond in a negative way. And guess what's gonna come as a result? So you can see you're so bad. Sorry for this humiliation. Whatever that guy said. Easy as in easy, EASY, awful. Wing celebrity down, some shit. Celebrity at 4 down. I don't know what. Stick to SB. I don't know what that means. Laughing. Please let me win. Yes, bro. Yawn. You could literally play on. What's it saying? All you do is pass. So you can see the passive aggressive, emotional bullying. Because one was like, oh, all you do is turn back. Okay, all right, cool. Now I change to passing. Another one comes. And if you go on, if you track these fucking accounts, You're never going to find one Asian or black person. Yeah? It's always going to be these little white boys. Well, that's not the problem. Obviously, you're in Britain. Majority of the people you're going to find is white boys. Yeah? If you check them, you're going to realize there's some connection between all of them. I mean, you can literally play on two button configuration. Meta beat, boy, you bad. I'm so good, sorry. You get me? You get this is the sort of shit. So the dads who are in the government, MI5 to be specific, the intelligence community, obviously they because they went and got a job, they are led to believe they're actually intelligent people. But this is the most basic, it's primitive, like this whole thing is very primitive. There's nothing slick about it. It would affect somebody that well I wouldn't want what I was gonna say I don't want to say it, but it would affect somebody that is I guess like most of us nowadays on some form of what's the word, some form of substance, whether alcohol or whatever. So you can see these sort of tactics would work more if you're either drugged up or alcohol up. You're gonna be in a alcohol or drug fueled rage, you get me, as a response to these constant stuff in it. And obviously this is all guess what? The police would hide all of this. They would hide it all. They would close it all down, lock it all away, and try to get the court done in 24 hours. So boom, you do something less than 24 hours, find yourself in a court tomorrow. Guess what? They've been watching you the whole fucking time. They have pure evidence against you. Your little duty solicitor that you're going to get. Guess what? You're just gonna say, mate, they've got so much evidence against you. Just plea, innit? You get me? Go say you're guilty. Boom, game over. Because that's how they do it. The scammers, the crooks. I don't even know. I don't even want to say they're. I would say they're criminals. They're not hustlers. They're not gangsters. They're not mafia. They're just criminals, bro. They're scammers, dude. And I use them word for a very specific reason. Okay, a criminal is a complete different thing from a gangster. In my personal opinion, in what I've seen in my life, like you can't trust a snake, and if it walks like a snake, talks like a snake, rattles like a snake, it's a snake. Yeah? So, oh my God, just quit. You have so much skill. Just leave time ago. Oh, some white heart, stop, GG, embarrassing. So you can see where the gaslighting is, yeah. So after every 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you get a well done lad or you're an alright player. After a numerous amount of abuse in relationships, in abusive relationship, it's the same tactic that happens. Oh, they spend 9, 10 years beating your clock, verbally abusing you, and then they come and say they're so sorry and they give you a bit of love, and then guess what? The person changes and realize, all right, the person does love me, and then as soon as that person starts taking them back now, they back to the same thing, and then guess what? They realize, and then you are now not having it. Then it goes back to, oh, I'm so sorry, and it keeps you through that abusive cycle. So where they say people in abusive relationships don't really leave their partners after a certain amount of time. That is the reason is because guess what? They spend say there's 24 hours in the day. They spend 12 abusing you, half an hour apologizing, saying that they are sorry, and then the other 11 and a half abusing you again. And then the 24 hour they apologize again, and 12 hours they abuse you for then the other. You get the picture. So it's always major that. So you can see it's very easy to prove it's abuse. Where these guys fall into it, whether it's mere coincidence, whether it's just banter, it's too easy to put it all together as nah, it don't seem like it's coincidental because I can more than put it together to make it look like it's target. I can more than put it together like make it look like it's target. I'm not a soft guy. I'm not somebody that cries over what people says. But you start realizing patterns and stuff in it. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and find one of them. Yeah, so as you can see at the start of the game, I, I was banned last month because some guy said something and I told him, fuck off, suck your white mum. And he immediately reported. He was the one who started it. And guess what? Reported me. So you can see how the tactics work, innit? You can see where the abuse is. Yeah, I mean, passive aggression, emotional bullying, then gaslight you, you don't respond because there's a thing that people do, like women do. It's women who mainly do that. They get abused and they like I can't remember what the term is. The reactionary abuse. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Innit? So you get abused. Guess what? You play a game, you're getting pummeled game after game after game. 8-0, 10-0, you're getting pummeled. And they're coming with these messages. You're fucking, you're tired, you're drained, you feel embarrassed, you're humiliated. You know what I mean? Now you're out for blood, innit? Because guess what? You want to get back somebody for what they did to you. All right, cool. Um, they're quite aware of that stage themselves. They know they can abuse most people. Most people don't just go straight to violence unless you're just in a violent situation constantly, i.e., you're in the streets. But most people just take the abuse and it gets to a point they either pack up and run in the night or they want blood in it. Obviously, they realize I have not left, so the obvious alternative is that I want blood for it, innit? So, guess what? In order to have evidence against me, they are going to stress test me. Yeah, I mean, poke and prod and bend and break until eventually it snaps, innit? Like, you get me, innit? So, if you look at a vehicle, so car companies, when they build a car, they've got safety ratings on them, yeah? So, i.e., usually it's up to about 60, 70 miles an hour. So anything over that is probably going to fucking smash the car to pieces and potentially life threatening. So they tend to use it about 60, 70 miles an hour, depending on the country that they're testing it for. So in England, majority of the what do you call it now, the speed limit is on a motor is a maximum of 70. So obviously you see they test it at 70 because that's the legal speed limit. You crash anything above that, it kind of becomes criminal, yeah. So what they'll do, they'll build 17 M3s, yeah, BMW M3s, and crash them all at different speed limit up to the maximum speed limit for an in particular country. Yeah. So guess what? What they're doing, they're stress testing the car. Tires, they do the same thing with tires. That's why when Goodyear and Michelin builds the tires, you'd say you can go 400 miles without ever needing a tire change. Because guess what? They've stress tested them tires. They've driven the tire so long at such a speed to see at what point this tire gives out. It's called a stress test. So apply that to a human being. Yeah, stress test a human being. Guess what? You ain't gonna stop till that person snaps because you want to see the limit. Obviously, a human being is not a inanimate object that you can just replace. That's going to permanently damage that person. So you can really see what they're really trying to put together here. You get me, innit? I mean, you can really see certain things, innit? I mean, so this is me replying to them. So this message was banned. Guess what? All of them games when I'm back on, I think that was Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Don't know why you were playing. Okay, United in defeat. That's what I said. So I said, suck your mother, British fool. Because guess what? They were getting on my nerves because they kept on messaging me. So I messaged this one. This guy, I think he beat me like seven something. Yeah, I couldn't tackle the ball, couldn't pass it. Just like how you saw what was going on there, same thing happened. But instead of happening after 90 minutes, it happened for the whole game. So I said something I can't remember at this point. They banned me. He reported it. Xbox immediately banned me. Immediately. I appealed it. Nobody replied more than they felt they were in the right to do what they want to do. Fair enough. I got off the ban finished. Um, Something else happened. So his name is called Band. So obviously he's indirectly telling you that he gets a kick. He's a sadist. Yeah. So he gets the kick out of having people banned. You get me? Innit? Whatever he does, however he does it, you can see it's in his fucking name that he likes to get people banned online. You get me? Innit? He gets a kick out of it. Innit? So if you know what a sadist is somebody who likes to hurt or humiliate other people. Obviously, his version of it, his whatever he's got, his problem is he gets a kick out of having people banned. So you can imagine this cunt is on a game, bro. Can you imagine? Because obviously he's a kid. Can you imagine he growing up and becoming a police officer, becoming a politician, becoming any fucking thing with any authority? What will he do? He will express his sadism through his job and get fucking people fucked up all the time. So anyway, so love bombing, yeah. So after the passive aggression, moving the goalpost, emotional abuse. So like I said, they abuse you, and then the half an hour they come and then tell you they're sorry, they love you, they do all this sort of stuff in a matter of half an hour. You then relax now as they abuse. Guess what? They come right back at you again. You get me? Because every time they think that you're getting defensive or you're now going to fight back, they come and you know what I mean, pretty much lick your ass and then they go back to it. And so showing negotiation and begging, gaslighting, changing their idea of the reality. You know what I mean? So in their heads, yeah, what they're doing to you is okay, right? Yeah, you're so bad, you're so horrible. So they're changing the reality. They're changing the reality from it's not because I was a one would say a person who stood up for black people and would have certain conversations that one could ask is political. Oh no, it's not. It's not because of that. Oh, it's not because some white man is sat in some fucking British house or office fucking around with your life and doing all. It's not that. It's that you're just a bad player and you're a bad person. So you see what gaslighting is. It's changing the reality of what it's saying because it happens in courtrooms all the time. Rather than somebody confess, they fucking lie or pin it on somebody else, gaslighting. Yeah. So foot in the door, big request after a small request. Okay, cool. So they come and as you see at the start of the game, they gave me who was it? They gave me that 84 Olga. Yeah. Oh, we giving you a Centurion. It's possibly the worst Centurion there is. But guess what? Well, okay, go in the game. We now need you to put FIFA points on. So they gave you the shittest player in the lot. Small request, you big request. They're not asking you to put money on the game for. So they rewarded you with the worst possible option, and you are now supposed to reward them financially. So you can see it's scamming. So when the government goes like this, they mainly say Nigerian people do, African people do internet relationships where they scam white women across on online their money and what do you call it? What is it now? Life savings and stuff. So I mean, they get them to fall in love with them. They're a bit lonely. They seek a bit of company, and then they ask them for money, take with all their shit. So you can see the foot in the door. Big request, small request, innit? So she just wants company. Guess what? It's a small thing for him to, just listen to her, chat with her, blah blah blah. Then he's going to make a large request as a result of it. So using guilt, invoking in someone. So they like to make you feel bad. Oh, it's your fault. Oh, you cheated on these girls. Oh, you made these girls feel bad. Oh, you you need to feel what a woman feels like in pregnancy. Or you need to have a period like a female. Or you need to understand how their stomachs feel. It's invoking guilt in it. But the main point of it is sadist abuse. So door in the face, small request after a big request. So it's the same thing as the foot in the door, but you can see this one is more literal. You ever had an argument with someone and they slam your door? Whether your car door, your house door, they have to leave with this dramatic thing. Oh, it's your fucking fault. I.e., guess what? It's you're there. They want to go out and cheat with somebody. Yeah, I'm even guilty of doing things like similar. I can't even lie. Um, they want to go out and cheat. What do they do? They start an argument with you. I mean, get you into a position, and then they immediately gaslight you, mentally and emotionally, fucking fuck with you, gaslight you, and then they walk out and slam the door behind them. You now feel guilty, yeah. It can be the other way too, but guess what? You're not going to feel guilty. feeling like it was all your fault, all this, and then you're gonna ring them, and then they're gonna answer the phone. Like, what the fuck do you want? Blah blah blah. Basically, they want to go off and do their thing, but they don't want you to call them, so they're creating an issue for them not to answer the phone. So you can see. So this is my favorite part of it. I skip the whole thing because the people who I see and I met in this country, I'm quite a quiet person in general, and I have to know you for you to know me. But there's people, like I said, I've spot these traits and these behavior, quite a lot of them, and which I think it is the task force who tried to pass themselves on as some street gang. I don't know why they think that made sense, but anyway, I'll move on from that bit. Um, yeah. So I kill them with the silent treatment. I don't bother going through the whole passive aggression, gaslighting, and all. I don't even bother with it. I just go to straight to the silence and allow them to do what they do. And obviously, they go and huddle with each other. Guess what? The silent treatment is because I don't want them to record me because I'm quite aware that people like recording nowadays and people love fucking recording you and your own partner. Yeah, you've been with her for 10 years and she must have something against you. He must have something against her that he wants to record. So people who put their partner sexually online, like so men tend to put females sexually online. Women tend to put like arguments online. Well, we both do the same thing, but men tend to do it a bit much, and obviously in a more criminal way. Women tend to use and claim it's abuse. So you can see, I tend to just go with the silent treatment. It negates majority of that problem. That anything that they have online, anything that they see, I can 100% explain. I say, nah, that didn't just happen as a irrational response. That wasn't just me not being able to control my behavior, anger, and temper. That was after a fucking shit ton of things was already done. I can obviously put just like that. I can obviously line them all and topple the dominoes myself. So that's why I done. I just skipped the whole process of what they did because they felt they were clever. Innit? Obviously, being from Jamaica, I have a different way to describe certain things, and that obviously caught them off guard. Innit? Because people in England and first world, they use like proper words and shit like that. Innit? But we talk in a different way. One would say it's backwards. Well, who the fuck knows? At least it made sense to me. Innit? So you can see what the structure of emotional manipulation is. So we're gonna look at what a stress test is. Yeah? Stress testing. Yeah. So all of these things can be done secretly by the government in any fucking country, and they don't ever have to admit that's what they did. Because if you don't catch them personally, then they don't have to admit it. And guess what? The community, whether they have a epiphany, a turn of consciousness, whether they felt bad, they themselves aren't going to come and put themselves in a position to have problems themselves, innit? So you can test stress level in men. The most effective is to consult a healthcare. So you can see where you have to go too far there. Stress testing because where it was the first developed was like matter, yeah. So matter in the terms of physics. So i.e. rock, limestone, marble, granite, um, diamond, rubies, all these things were stress tested to see which one was the strongest of them. Look, metal, so copper, iron. I can't even remember what's that M1 called. There's quite a few different type of metals. All of them were stress tested to find out which one is the best. So if you go around England, most of Europe, you'll find that they use a certain type of metal consistently in foundation. So every metal was stress tested to the point where they know that all right, this metal can withstand this amount of wind force, this amount of heat, this amount of physical pressure, this amount of salt. You get me? So you can see what stress test is to see how much something lasts in it. So this is what the cons have been doing the whole fucking time, bro. And the truth is, I had no idea, innit? I had no. So tension, yeah. So it can be tested by pulling opposite ends of the metal, the tensile strength. So obviously, if you know file paper is like aluminum, innit? Which is like probably one of the well, it's like aluminum is a sort of metal, but it's like a heat conductor. It's not very strong, but it conducts heat very well. And it doesn't melt as fast or as hot as certain things would. But you have like iron. Iron would iron would heat up, like physically heat up to the point you couldn't touch it quicker than aluminum, but iron is a lot stronger than aluminum, if that makes sense. Right, so tensile strength. So if we're looking for the correct term for hardest of stress testing metal is tensile strength. So compression can be tested by applying force on top of the piece of metal. So force, another word for force is pressure, isn't it? So human beings can be pressured, metals can apply force. It's still pressure. So if you have a compressor, yeah, they'll put a diamond between two compressors and they'll compress that fucking diamond with as much pound force to see on what point that diamond will snap in it. Because no human could crush a diamond, yeah. So it's really a pointless thing to do. I don't get why they do that, but it's just because they've got so much time to waste. Because they're pointless thing. Nothing, no mammal on earth could crack a diamond, but like it was a pointless thing to do. But it worked out like past idealism worked out to be future reference. So they'll pressure a diamond to see how much that diamond can withstand. Yeah. So a pound foot of torque, a pound foot of pressure, 1,000 pound foot of pressure, which will crack the diamond. So imagine you as a human being just being pressured, and every time they move the goalpost, so all right, cool, they're pressuring you today. Guess what? He's not broke down, he's not cried, he's not snapped, he's not this. All right, cool. Tomorrow we're gonna pressure you even more, and they won't stop on pressuring you till there's no space between you and that rock and that hard place until you're basically like that, till you're absolutely destroyed. Because essentially, stress test, that's what it does. It see how long it tests the tensile strength to see how long before pressure destroys a specific element. So compression can be tested by applying a force on top of the piece of metal. If the metal compresses, then reinforcing, I don't know what it's meant to say there. Torsion can be tested by securing the end of the metal to a vise. Yeah. So as you can see, shit like this in it. So you can either press it down or you can so like a ruler in it. Yeah, a simple ruler in it. So a metal ruler, you can bend it and that. Guess what? Yeah. You see, back in the day, most kids would have done that. They'd get them little plastic ones. Or let me see if I can break it. Bow, it breaks immediately. You get the metal one, you'll be there twisting it. So as kids, we all pressure tested rulers without even knowing that's what we were doing. Like most of us were doing shit as kids without understanding exactly what we were doing. And I said, these men aren't clever, blood. Everything's just relative. So they're taking these sort of things and bringing it into psychology, fucking with people. Unfortunately for you, where the human go at this point, human can be ready, but what plays out after all of that, innit? You know what I mean? So things to translate. The method of testing, you should be testing at room temperature. The standard, which is a part of the IOC 6890, still brings together the European and international methods of testing metallic materials. So you can see it was basically meant for material in it, like so in the Bronze Age, iron and all that. So in the industrial age, that's when it basically was invented because they found all the metals they needed to figure out which metal would last the longest, which metal was the best for say building houses. because the foundation in your house they put like metals under there in it, yeah. So nowadays they found different type of metal, which metal is the strongest but cheapest. All these things are stress tested to figure that out. And but you can see we're not fucking metals. You get me? So we're gonna look at a form of stress testing. I think so. This is what they're doing with the FIFA. This is what they're doing with all the bills, all the randomness, the partners, the parental alienation. All of that is psychological pressure. At what point does he break? So okay, cool. When I break, who gets the money? Who do I have to be taking care of? You already know my plan when it comes down to that point. Because I believe my mind will still be able to remember all what was done. So even if I'm not 100%, I'll still remember. And who are you gonna get to take care of me? You get me? Because that person would have the most difficult job. So tinsel testing honesty, right? So this should be the right thing to show you how stress testing works. It's a basic demonstration. So they talk about the human mind breaking. I mean, the human mind being destroyed. It's relative to these fucking things. So if you watch it, they're bending the metal. Guess what it did? What did the metal do? It fucking snapped. So we're gonna go on to what do they mean by a human mind snapping. So I'm gonna tell you how dirty these pussies are, and there's a lot of things that they're doing in front of our faces, and we don't realize. You see some man, and the news come and say, "Oh, he snapped and killed his family and friends." Oh, mental health is real. Tell them fuck off. I don't like you, man. But I told you, you know exactly why it's going down. This shit. Your hands are being forced, whether you like it or not. Pussy. Snapped mentally. Yeah. So you can see our brains are probably the most vulnerable part of our body. Because guess what? Nowadays, your organs can be replaced. You can't replace the brain. Yeah, the brain cannot be replaced because you become a complete different person. Yeah, most people when once you become brain dead, they're more likely to shut the fucking thing off and think, well, he's never coming back. If you have a compressed lung, they give you an iron lung. If you got a dodgy heart, they swap your heart. Kidney transplant, liver transplant, lung transplant. You get me? Everything else can be replaced as an organ, except the brain. Because why? If they replace the brain, you're never going to be the same person. Your lungs and organs won't accept that brain because it's not fucking you. So you can see where it is relative to them stress testing metals until the point that fucking metal snaps. So you can see how some little white pussy who felt it was more clever than I would say me, for he could drive me to snapping and killing some stupid bitch that it didn't even make sense. I wouldn't even say why, but it didn't even make sense. Or they thought they wanted me to snap and go out there and try and attack fucking the community members so they can come and label me as a terrorist or a mentally ill person. Because it's when they talk about mentally ill people, I mean, trying to shoot people and stab people. It's to never go into any full details about how did they end up in that state. Because most of us have somebody that is mental in our family, but they ain't kill nobody. So why did that specific one keep doing? Why did the certain specific ones keep doing it? And obviously, they thought they were more clever than me. So snap mentally. So tinsel testing and putting prone foot pressure upon some sort of object you deem worthy of that because you wouldn't tinsel test cotton in it. It doesn't make sense. So usually things that are tinsel tested are things that human beings can't break themselves. Yeah, I mean it's usually things like that. Obviously metal and shit like that. So you hear them talk about people snapping mentally, yeah? So snap. So right, we're gonna do this now. Snap the murdered family. Yeah, let's do about it like that. Snap murdered family. Yeah. Police released new info on family murdered in their home. Body dumped at cemetery leads to evil ex-girlfriend Snap. Cried and murder. Family abuse girl stabbed to the on way to school. So you can see the levels certain crimes that people are doing. Questions have to be asked: why are they doing these type of crimes? They ain't involved in gangs. They ain't involved in nothing. But they're just going on these mad rampages. I mean, so this particular guy, yeah, this guy just got up one day and just killed his family, yeah. And you'd see in certain news reports like, oh, he was having a bad day. Oh, he felt like the world was against him. Oh, he just snapped and lost it. And if you think there's anybody out there, mainly conspiracy theories, if you feel you're listening to somebody who is sounding like they're going down and researching conspiracy, maybe you need to point the government at them. You go through the news, you see quite a lot of that same shit. Yeah. Unfortunately for you, this is what they tried to do to me. And they are going to swear blind now that they wasn't. But you yourself, anybody that sees this and ever saw or heard of me, you yourself would have known certain things that were said prior and how my behavior changed over a period of time to the point I started to notice my own behavior. Yeah. And not many people are capable of assessing themselves. You know what I mean? So put it down to that, innit? This kid, this guy, he murdered his sons and that, innit? You know what I mean? For no reason at all. And if I can find the news report on him, just listen to what they said. Just listen to how they said it in it. If I can get the news report about it. So just listen to what they said about him in the news. So just see what they said.
Keith Dorman, now living in Florida, said he came back to Ohio Thursday night after he found out what happened that day on Laura Lindale Road in Monroe Township, but said he's not allowed to talk to his son. Chad Dorman confessed to shooting and killing his three sons execution style. Chad's father tells us this is completely out of character for Chad, saying his son isn't violent.
So you see the explanation. So the dad, yeah. So what our character mean? You don't normally do that. So he's not normally a violent person. So otherwise, what did he do? He fucking snapped and then killed his family. So I don't think these things are done in. I don't think these things are done to people who have family and friends because you can't do it. You can't get to somebody to put that amount of excessive pressure on them when they have a support system. It would be impossible because guess what? They'll always have somebody to tell, and somebody will tell somebody, and somebody knows somebody that knows somebody. This can only be done to individuals who have no family, no friends. So they talk about lone wolves. Yeah? If you go into the whole lone wolves theory, it simply means somebody that's by themselves more often than not. No fucking family and no friends. So if you got no family and no friends, do you have a witness? No, you ain't got no witness, blood. Because guess what? The government would have turned everyone in and around the fucking community against you. And they're not gonna come on and say, you know what, we just don't like this little pussy, and we just want to get rid of him. But tell you what, we're gonna say, we think he's involved in some crime. We think he did something to one of our daughters. We think he knows something about the escalation of certain crimes in and around our community. Because ever since he got here, I mean, this was heaven. And as soon as he comes, anywhere he goes, something happens. So you can see the community is going to stay far from you and pretty much play lookout for the police. So instead of they playing lookout for you, they're playing lookout for the police. Every time you leave your house, they're reporting it. Every time you come back, they're reporting it. I mean, so you can see community pressure, police pressure, government pressure. And guess what? And if you somehow have access to a weapon, at some point, pressure bust pipe in it. So if you don't know what that means, you ever seen a fire hiding for no fucking reason, just absolutely explode. You ever be just sat in your house and the ground just fucking erodes from between beneath your feet. So methane gas comes from out under the floor, and anywhere methane gas builds up, yeah, any sort of negative or positive charge will blow that shit up, yeah. So it will cause sinkholes and craters, yeah. Otherwise, methane gas can be just soaring like in similar to how you overinflate a balloon, tube, or tire, it will just explode. So, in other words, you pumping air into a balloon that can only hold 1 liter of air, you put 1.2 liter of air, you are now putting tensile testing on that balloon. You're now pressuring that balloon to see how much this balloon can go before it breaks. So that advert that says how many licks before you reach the center of a Tootsie Roll? Yeah. How do you figure that out? I don't know if you had that advertisement here, but anybody else, I mean Jamaicans, anybody else would know that. And how many licks does it get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? And the only way you can know that is to count your licks, innit? So how many pressure tactics do they have to throw at you before you go grab that gun, innit? You ain't gonna live to tell the story. I can tell you that. They ain't gonna let you live, innit? And this is not just unique to here. Even America is like that. They just won't tell you. You see some men just get up one day and murder the whole family, the whole fucking family, and nobody knows why. Nobody can answer why. The community The community now is now in uproar. The community is now crying, vigils, candlelights. And they ain't gonna tell you that, well, some cunt out there did not like him, and guess what? They couldn't go and man him themselves and go and beat the shit out of him themselves. One, because they're cowards, and two, they don't want to get locked up. So they thought, let's set him up and let the police kill him. So you can see, well, this poor guy. I know exactly what happened to
went
him.
on in his personal life. It's a shocker to us. We didn't see it coming. He just snapped. I could tell in his eyes he's hollow inside.
So
that wasn't Chad standing up.
so you can see, you hear it for yourself. And if you go back to that metal testing, what did they do? They put pressure on it until it fucking snapped. The relevance, yeah, the mind is simple. You put pressure on somebody, they might not go out and kill others, but they might end up doing it to themselves. So these men are cowards by the very definition. I thought they were more clever than me, but you're surely wrong. So it is what it is. I said it. I ain't care. I ain't scared. You did what you did and tried to hide your hand. And I guess the hand is seeking you, isn't it? I guess the hand is searching for you, blood. You know what I mean? I guess the hand is searching for you because I won't allow you to get away with that. And anybody involved with you, I simply won't allow it. I can't allow it. Like, I don't respect you, man, but definitely don't. If you have a problem with a man, either say it to a man in his face or you use your hands to do what you need to do. I mean, I'm not buying certain things, but I'm not having certain things. And if I got to destroy it all because of you, I will. I don't care. We'll destroy a lot of it. Then. Ensure anytime going forward, anybody come out and do any things like that, that their backgrounds have to be completely looked into. Simple as that, police boy. And you and your friends, they'll all look at you with hatred as much as they look at me.
At the arraignment, I mean, that was not him. Contrary to what the elder Dorman said, this is what Assistant Claremont County Prosecutor David Guest said in court Friday.
We know that one of the boys was able to flee into a field near the home. And again, we know from his admission, father hunted that boy down, drug him back to the property, and executed him in front of witnesses.
On Friday,
So-
we found out prosecutors.
So I brought this up, and I can really look and say, thank Jah for bringing this specific story up. Because this is when I first noticed that, And this story was about what? Yeah, 4 months ago. It was like around the summertime, I sat there and I watched it. And I thought, what could drive me, like, to hunt down my own kids and one of them escaped and I have not snapped back to reality. I went and hunted the one that escaped, drag him back and did the same thing to them. Not one, not two, but three. He clearly weren't in his right mind, but something clearly drove him to it. And this story, when they brought it online and nothing more came of it. So I'm actually going to dig into this story and try and get a background into this story because I saw myself in this fucking position, and plenty of pussy hole in this country were hoping for me to be in this position, and plenty of others was watching to see if I would end up in this position. One would argue I didn't see the future here. This is not seeing the future. This is pattern recognition. It's recognizing a pattern of behavior from certain people and wondering what could be the cause. I ain't no saint. I ain't no savior. I just don't like you, man, that's doing it particularly. I don't give a fuck where else it happens. Yeah, I just genuinely don't like you, man. And I can't get to you myself, so gotta get to you one way or another. Well, I watched this guy's video, and apparently I have a son. Um, I don't know of any other kids. I was never told of any other kids, not one. There's only one woman that ever came and said, "Yo, this child is yours. You are the father." And after the moment she said that, everything went downhill. It was all good. It was drinks and parties and giggles and laugh and bare chemistry. You'd think me and her worked in the area 51. The amount of chemistry that was popping off, you get me? The amount of potions we were mixing. Yo, I'm telling you, it was going down. And she got pregnant and she completely changed into something else. And I stopped and I thought, wait, well, did the baby cause certain hormonal changes in her? I sat there and I tried to assess her myself, and I realized, yes, some part of her, you could argue that obviously the child had kind of like an effect on her emotionally and chemically wise in her body. Because guess what? The child is 50% me. I do have a bit of a temper. So you can see she bearing 50% of her, 50% of me. You can see it's possible that somehow DNA got there and chemically kind of changed her a little bit. So I kind of left her and never said nothing. I stayed around her for 6 years for that reason because I understood that. But then I realized it's like she was just relentless in her pursuit. You get me, innit? I heard that I stole money from her. I heard that I said to her, I'm going to commit whatever. Um, I heard that I domestically abused her. I heard all sort of shit. And I still said nothing because I put it down to, just the child having hormonal changes and she was just angry and upset, probably about some shit I did ages ago. And I put it down to that. So I stayed around for the 6 years and February, she did something in the February. And I thought, that's just the last straw, innit? Like, that was it, innit? Because I realized I started to connect everything else that was going on outside of me and her. I realized it's all connected. You get me, innit? The same people who are going around in the community installed her in and around me, whether it was natural or not. They somehow got to her. She's British, she's white. Guess what? I'm a nigger loving, anti white Jewish racist who hates gays and yeah, whatever you might like, yeah. So anything human like I'm apparently that. So obviously she's born here, she's raised there. She's obviously going to think like how these men would think. And I guess the child doesn't matter to her. The child not having his dad around didn't matter. It was more, it is better for her to be loved by white people and her own community than her child having a dad. Guess what? Because she didn't ask me about it, she didn't try to explain anything. She played her part on the behalf of the government. We see it time and time again. Government goes to men's partners, get them to turn against them and give them up. Yeah, we see it all the time. So it's nothing new. But I always say, what is the point? Why did she even have the child in the first place? You get me in it. I kind of felt like it was all gaslighting, emotional abuse, because she didn't have to, because if she came there with a plot, just do your thing. But guess what? I've got a bad temperament of noticing certain things and just kicking dust in it and get the fuck out there, leaving, you know what I mean? Stop fucking with a bitch, you get me in it. Just move on in it. And obviously the task force realized that, oh shit, we can't get to him because he's never staying with them, because as soon as we tell them to stress test him, he fucks off. Yeah? So guess what? Let her get pregnant for him. Guess what? Where's he gonna run to? I ain't leaving England. Because I ain't leaving my son behind with you, man, good, innit?
Charge Chad Dorman with domestic violence in 2010 for allegedly choking his father.
So you see? So the word allegedly does not mean it was proven. Allegedly is an accusation. So just like what I'm saying, I'm accusing these cunts now of them having something to do with people who react like that, because I had to assess myself, assess my pattern of behavior, assess what was causing my pattern of behavior, realizing what the driving force and mechanism behind my pattern of behavior was, and then realize when you put all that together, where the fuck was that going to lead me? I had to do all that myself. So, no, it is said that he allegedly committed domestic violence. Why is the report, why is the news reporting an alleged crime? Because if it's the police can't even charge you for allegedly committing a crime. They can't charge you, they need evidence. So if the police can't charge you for allegedly committing a crime, then why is the news reporters putting that stigma on the guy? He already fucked up by doing that to his kids. There was no need to go that level and say, oh, he's got a history of domestic violence, allegedly.
But authorities dropped the charge. Keith Dorman told me he can't figure out why his son would have done this. A lot of stuff out there that could make you flip, and I don't think there's enough research on that, alluding to the possibility his son Chad could be suffering from mental illness.
Yeah,
But also
yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah. So you see why I am prioritizing this particular research. You can see why it makes sense now and why I am doing it. Because you're telling me big bad England and all these so-called doctors, Indian doctors in India, people in the East, Jerusalem, Israel, you're telling me all of these fucking specialists, and none of them can come up with a plausible reason why people snap. Oh, some people just can't handle life, and then you put a fucking shotgun to your kids' heads. How even make sense, blood guy? It don't even make sense on paper. You get me in it. So these men can out here fucking trying to get to space, yeah, going to the ends of fucking space, spending trillions of dollars on the ends of space, and not trying to take care of the earth that they live on. I mean, so I took up upon myself to realize there's a reason why you cunts aren't fucking coming up with a solution to this problem. It's because human are behind it. Because who finds a solution for something that they're doing? Nobody. Can you imagine a criminal going out there to think, oh, all right, I'm going to rob that bank. But before I rob that bank, I'm going to figure out how to stop it and stop others from robbing banks. Can you imagine somebody do that? So you can see there's a reason why they're all thousands, if not millions, of scientists and doctors who claim they're experts all can't put their heads together and stop wasting money on shit that the world don't need. There is 19 million version of paracetamol. Why do we need 19 million of them? You know what I mean? So they're all putting all that money in. Why not fix issues like this? And obviously, I've just gave an explanation for why this poor guy did that. Because guess what? Probably if I had a weapon, life could have been fucked up, and it probably could have gone there. It probably could have. It's not like knives are just the same. Knives are just as deadly. But I'm just very lucky for many reasons where I obviously figured out that I'm looking for somebody out there to come and say my theory is wrong because I experienced it. A doctor, a psychiatrist, psychologist themselves have never experienced mental illness, but somehow believe that what they're doing is curing it.
I don't know if it was financial. I don't know if it was marital. I don't know if it's work related. I don't know. He defended his.
So, okay, cool. So, financial things can cause people to be violent. Relationships can cause, so i.e., your partner cheated on you, you get outraged, and then you have, what do they call it? It's like basically when they said it's love that basically and emotions that cause you to go violent. So people get violent when their financial lives are being ripped apart. Quite a lot of people um, try to hurt their workmates and people they've worked with, believing that they'll set them up. There was this big story about this Chinese kid, I think in Hawaii. Hawaii? Yeah, Hawaii, innit? Where he was doing his job and he felt like everybody in the job was talking about him, was stitching him up, were lying, making reports. They ended up laying him off as a result of it, which whether it was his fault, whether he was telling the truth, the news did not prioritize that. The news they felt no need to come up and talk about it. The news felt no reason to give us a detailed background of his life experience. They only showed us his rampage. But if you go into schools all over the fucking world, you would notice that kids get bullied. Some kids end up writing certain type of notes and leaving this world, and some people go to the what would be classified as the extreme according to the experts, and I guess hunt down a few people. So they don't say children snap, what is relative. They only say adults now, and they blame it on life, they blame it on financial, they blame it on alcohol and drug abuse, they blame it on debt, like DEBT debt, they blame it on financial problems, they blame it on divorce, they blame it on fucking inheritance, they blame it on everything. So let's go back to the trigger mechanic for my FIFA and my games and certain things. It was meant to trigger the rampage. So I got there before
He was a
you.
good kid and a good father, but said, I don't want nobody to badmouth him because this is a terrible thing he did, and I'm angry at him for it. But there's something deeper inside. That's all it is.
You don't get a second chance to make a good first impression.
Yeah. I feel so sorry for the guy because it could have been me. Innit? I feel so sorry for that guy. And probably if I was in America, I would have gone and tried and help that defense team. I probably would have. I think I could do a good job. I think I really could have. Because they didn't let him speak. There's no documentary. There is no nothing about him. He just disappeared out of the public consciousness. So you can fucking see what they get up to.
Just what I believe, like my friend them one for the two best friends, them and see never plan. But I don't need the easy, that new style and talk and I'm in a pink class. The pussy safe for the can. Pick up on you, look up on every nation, look for them up, not understand, not understand. Yeah, I know what you do, get me a murder. I'll catch you, say she make me clear on the jam, I'm telling them up, yet we make it clear in the song. This on my friends, yeah, this on my sons, yeah. This to the world, why I feel like saying young, yeah. Any kind of hope would have a river to the ground, I never pull a candle yet, and I will put it back down your first. Them man know that is theory. Let me tell you something, if you never know, you get that she's still living with the pussy.
It's absolutely ideal. Ready up to microphone. And joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And we have action from the Champions Playoffs coming right up. It's liquid football, and they take on the Founders.
Well, Derek, we're looking forward to this game. You can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
Here's how liquid football will begin the game. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Rafael Varane plays alongside Lewis Dunk. Is this the race? Gustavo Diaz plays for the big Chelsea leader. Really good diving save. Rodrigo. Now with Gini.
For some reason, the ball couldn't just go across to obvious player in the space. Yeah. So you can see that. Look at the keeper here. Why did the keeper not just go to him and just get him? Why did the keeper just stop halfway through the run? Yeah. Yeah. And like the players that I play, yo, it's 1 in every 10 game I see someone get an offside. But yo, and I get at least 2 offsides per game. But look at this shit. Bro. Look at this shit. How did he ended up being the one with the ball there? Yeah. 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 You see, every time I try to cross the ball is constantly hitting somebody, blood. Can't just square the ball across without any drama. It's constantly hitting somebody all the way across. Is he gonna get the ball before me?
back underway here, and they've split the 4 goals between them so far. Son, Griezmann, in control. Griezmann as he goes forward.
Yeah, so you see the ball is going through place for no reason. It's all meant to build up frustration. And just like how the guy said, they don't know if it was financial, relationship, or work related. What usually means finances usually means frustration. Yeah. People get frustrated when they have too much debt and money problems. People get frustrated with their jobs and relationships. People get frustrated with their family. So you can see what they're doing and how frustration is a key element here. Yeah. So the ball bounced off him and hit some invisible wall that allowed him to get it back.
Had everything, but unless they started playing with more urgency, they often see more goals here.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can see these little white racist boys that works with the government. Because there's police officers who are in the EDL as well. There's military men, doctors, lawyers, judges. They all hide their affiliation to it because it would be a legal problem, innit?
So into the second half, liquid football with the advantage, but there might still be a few twists and turns before this game is over.
So look at this shit, man. So you see that it's all purposely done and it's exactly what it's to do. It's meant to evoke extreme frustration. Look at it, yeah? He flicked the ball from here, yeah? And the ball went through his head, rolled through his chest, yeah? And made it a perfect pass. Why would my Elliot Militao not just go and get the ball? So how does that affect me? Where does that leave me? So he gets to not have any problem, and he don't get to be angry and want to kill anybody. And I am just supposed to believe this is all an accident, that it was not intended. Good luck proving that it wasn't. Yeah. Good luck proving that it wasn't. Good luck. Trust me, instead of going out there and shooting anybody that I don't know. Once you're done, pussy, tell yourself that you're ready. You ain't walking out of it scot free anyway. Going down anyway. He's going down anywhere, pussy.
Rafael Varane. And now Rodrigo. And returning to Rodrigo. Very well defensively.
So you can see, I watch this. I need to get the ball back. Let me show you what they're doing. I just need to get the ball back first.
Rodrigo.
Yeah, you can notice that, yeah, that they're always stretching to win the ball. Yeah, I gotta take it out because I don't want it to go too far. Just notice that they were always getting the ball in that situation. Yeah, notice that they were always stretching. Just watch my plays. Yeah. So where was it now? Pass the ball there. Yeah. So you can see he's clearly stretching to get the ball all the way. But just watch this. Yeah. Let's watch this. So same thing. Play the ball through the center for that player. Look at Varane. Varane stretches to get the ball. Look at my play now. Look at where he passes the ball. Where is my stretch to get the ball? Yeah, I mean, why could I not get the ball? You can't tell the players to do it. They do it automatically. So who is removing the automatic stuff? I mean, so tell me that they're not trying to things to test me to the point of me snapping. Tell me, innit? Yeah, you tell me. Tell me. I'll never work with you, man. Not for a million years. I never ever get in any building with you, man. I'm trying to kill you in there, bro. You'll be a fool. So tell me that somebody isn't trying to stress me out. You know what I mean? Tell me. Because my player is not automatically doing stuff. And the automatic stuff is to make your life easier. Automatic cars were indeed built for the same fucking purpose. So you don't have to sit in traffic because if you go back to the first automatic car that was released, the first automatic car that was fucking released, what you would have seen is, oh, tired of changing gears, tired of sitting in traffic, you know what I mean? Tired of doing this, tired of doing that. You go to the first ever automatic advert for a vehicle. That's how they would have sold it. I weren't there, but that's how they exactly. Oh, you're tired of being in traffic and having to change gears? Don't worry, just sit back and let the gear change for you. Automated machines. What did it? What is the purpose of it? To make your fucking life easier. So back in the day, man would have to beat steel and fucking metal. Yeah, man would have to beat steel and metal, and they'd get fucking very tired, very fatigued. So factories, what did factories start to do as a result? Factories created automatic fucking factories, i.e., some part of it has human assembly, but it's mainly for them to not feel as fucking aggravated. So anything automated is to ease the pressure and stress of the human, yeah? So why would they remove the automated stuff if they're not trying to cause stress? I mean, why would they remove it? Look, why would they remove it? Look, I can't get the ball. I simply can't pass the ball. Back. Why would they remove the automatic blocks by the AI, the automatic interceptions, the automatic pass, the automatic shot? Why would they remove it? Obviously, they're trying to create stress in it. I say, human threat, you were smart, and I guess you have to be smart to see the plan, innit? Yeah. I guess you have to be smart to see the plan. I don't just go around making up stories because I can't win. There's no need to. Yeah. But where is the automatic defense? You get me? Where is the defense? You know what I mean? So by removing the interception, which is an automatic mechanic that only the AI basically performs, yeah, you might be manually controlling it, but the AI is still supposed to stretch its legs. Auto block, that definitely is an AI mechanic. Anything automated, and we're gonna Google it and say what was the purpose of automated technology? It's to make human beings' life easier. So if you're removing the automatic, the automated service, then you're trying to make my life harder by its very definition because the creation of it was indeed to make my life easier. So why remove it? You're clearly trying to make it harder. So you look a blow wide pussy. You don't know what you've come and got yourself involved in there either. You don't even realize what they were doing to you. So they knew where this was going to end up. You were clearly aware of it. Yeah. If you go through all of my videos, yeah, you would have seen me building teams. And I've had Varane for about 3-4 weeks now. And Varane never used to have the play style. The play style wouldn't work for Varane. On the cards, you would see it come up on the card. Not all of them play styles weren't on there. So there's some pussy you're talking about, they don't care. Of course they care. You're praying that nobody in this community says anything. So you're fucked after that, because who's going to stop me? I'd like to know, innit? You're simply praying that everyone in this community keeps quiet. Because all I need to do is find somebody that personally don't like you. I mean, that's all I need to do. And that's game over for everyone involved, yeah. You and your team, yeah, whoever organized it, don't really matter who organized it. Nobody don't really matter. I don't want to score that because you shit. He has no reason to get this ball off me. None. Absolutely no reason. But you notice how automated everything is for him. You don't have to tackle the AI just come and wins the ball for him. Guess what? He's up the pitch. Look at Griezmann. Automatically look at them in space. Everything's automated for them. Why? Because the little white boy life should be easy and black people should be disadvantaged. You can see what happened with Neymar. Explain that. Because Neymar's trajectory flicks the ball ahead of him. So the game somehow flipped it instead of it hitting his back if it didn't do it properly. It somehow automatically went through his head, which allowed the ball to drop right in front of his feet. Both my AI defender and the manual player couldn't get to the ball, and that's fair on me. You're obviously trying to get me to be that poor guy in America, innit? Who told you that I had a weapon, bro? You see, that's why you man are screwed, innit? Because who would have told you that? Where would you have get that from, blood? I mean, I say I'm gonna ruin it for everyone, but everyone. I don't like you, man. And you know exactly where I'm at, innit? You, Jay, Ray, Roy, Toy, Troy, Cat, Dog, Fox, R and U and S and B and D and anybody, anything you wanna say, you all know where I'm at, innit? You all know where I'm at, innit? It is what it is, innit? Can't get you one room and get you anywhere I can think of. Put all the letters, but I already claimed Z, so you can take everything else for yourselves, innit? Don't like you, man, dude. Because you went out convincing the public that it's just restrictions and it needs to be controlled because they're a threat to the community. Nah, you're trying to use propaganda and proxy against me. So you can basically abuse man into retaliating violently. So then you can send your white executioner that Britain has a long history of using to come and shoot me down in the street. And then go in front of what's it called, the IOC or whatever they call it, and say that he was in fear of his life. Who wouldn't be in fear of their life if they got caught doing something like that? Yeah, there's no way out for you, man. It's like you man don't get it, innit? You wouldn't be in fear of their life if they were caught doing that. So trust me, I've deleted that acceptance and abilities for you to use it. You man ain't even close to being smarter than me, bro. No plausible deniability. But what are you gonna tell the community? Oh, we have no record and no knowledge of this man. What's my lawyer in that courtroom going to do? What is he going to say? Mm. You have you have the magistrate court, you have the high court. I don't know what the British version of the Supreme Court is. You have the Privy Council, you have Human Rights Court. You know, man, you know, I'm determined to take that to the very end. So I obviously know what's going to happen. I am very aware, and that is where you lose 100%. There's no way around this for you, man. It's like you man be on levels, and I'm that determined, yeah, that to even be on the grave, I'm gonna be an issue for you, man. Even be on the fucking grave. So the ball was passed there, yeah. The ball was passed there for some reason. Look at the distance between him and Griezmann, yeah. Look at the distance between him and Griezmann, yeah. So instead of touching the ball to the left and moving away from Griezmann in this obvious space there, I can obviously give that kid out there, and then I can probably whip the ball across there or fucking kick it away. Guess what it does? His legs go through it, which means ball physics would mean that it would move. So if you apply physics says if you apply force to something, it fucking should move. So that's not a visual glitch. That is absolute targeting. So not only they are taking away the automated stuff from a game, they are now taking away physics from a game. So now, where does that leave me as the person? You fucking told you man that I had a gun then. But you and that girl is going to prison together because she either gonna say you man told her to say it, or she made it up herself. So ball physics alongside the automated stuff is removed from the game. So the ball should have obviously moved to the left. So as you can see, yeah, when Griezmann passed the ball, Griezmann has at this distance. Yeah. So when Griezmann passed the ball, that's the distance. So I had more than enough time to push the ball off so you can see the direction I controlled it on purpose. Yeah, ball bounced up. Okay, cool. I'm moving it to the left. Guess what? Instead of just moving it to the left, he put his foot through it. So no ball physics applied. Okay, cool. So now watch this. Watch this. Foot. Watch it again. And foot through it again. Guess what? The ball's still there. Yeah. So now Griezmann is putting up the civil rights fits. So now he's saying, yeah, black. Yeah, so disadvantage. Yeah, so cool. And he somehow just allowed him to win the ball. So all of that took place. He didn't touch the ball. All of that took place to allow him to do what? Where does the ball drop? Oh, someone's just there for my guy. You know what I mean? So if you look at that, that is really camouflage, like military camo. It's just black. Yeah? Just military. It's just military camo. If you look at his arms, he's doing this. So you see, you look at his arms, he's doing that. Like, get the camera, yeah? He's doing that, he's doing that. So you see why these men have to hide. I'm bringing the whole fucking thing down on them, but and that's not where I stop after doing that. I'm not satisfied with that. Yeah. So bang, yeah, cool. That led into that name, yeah. Same exact situation before. Somehow he's just got somebody. So look, he's got his foot in the ball. But you notice it doesn't affect him. He still gets to move the ball. When my foot goes through, the ball stays still. When his foot goes through, the ball still moves. Because guess what? It's not meant to affect him. It's meant to affect me. So moved. Okay, cool. Now look, immediately, exactly where De Bruyne was, the same exact situation seemed to happen again. Well, if that's not a script or an intended outcome, what do you call that coincidence? Because it's some sort of coincidence, yeah. And I don't believe in coincidences, yeah. So this, I can't really argue. That's just the nature of football, yeah. I can't really argue. I mistimed it. Obviously, I'm frustrated. I'm pissed off. I already knew what was going to happen. So guess what? I can't blame nobody for that. All right, cool. So All Black, which one is this? All Black, go again. Yeah. So here we go again, right? Yeah. Won the ball. Yeah. So perfect timing, like I said. When it does this, it does not affect them. It benefits them when it or gives them an advantage. When it affects me, it's a disadvantage. So you can see what the plot is. So perfect control. Yeah, he didn't have to break stride, just rolls through his foot right in his direction. I want it anyway. Cool. So watch Varane foot. Yeah, look at the ball now. Watch Varane foot. So you see that it's not a visual glitch because it would have caused a foul. Yeah, look, he's inside of his foot there. He's inside of his foot there. Look, inside of his foot. It would have caused a foul. Yeah, that would have been my ball. I won the ball. Son kept on running. That should have been a foul. But guess what? When it happens to me, it's a disadvantage. All right, cool. So now look, yeah, I turn him away, turn him away, turn him away. Still trying to pass the ball. Still trying to pass the ball. Yeah, still trying to pass the fucking ball. Where does it go? Through his legs. And where does it go? To the spooky character that always is there. Yeah, I mean, same thing again. Same thing fucking again, right in that specific place. They just kept on driving through that center block. Right there, there's always one person free. Hey, right there, always free, always free, right there. Yeah, I mean, why are they constantly in that spot? What settings does this fucking cunt have that allows that to always be the case? Yeah, same thing. Yeah, well, watch this right there. I mean, right there. Let's go back to Neymar's goal. Where's Neymar's goal? Did they leave it out? Neymar missed. Was it Neymar's miss? That was the one that he just missed. Was it Griezmann that scored it? He might know that's not that one. That's not that one there. Heung-min Son, that was it, yeah. Yeah, so he comes here, there, yeah, through his legs, yeah, through his legs, yeah, through his face, through his arms, yeah, all of that, yeah. The ball should have hit off him. It's ball physics. You know what I mean? The ball should have fucking bounced off him. Guess where it drops? Perfectly. Now, Eder Militao is behind my keeper for some strange fucking reason. Yeah? And look where the ball is. Why is Eder Militao going that way? Some strange, it's very strange. And who does it affect? It allows him to win. And what does it leave me doing? You know what I mean? So it allows him to win. But what does it leave me doing? Because anybody that knows Neymar's rainbow flick knows that it's meant to go over his head. So at this point, yeah, why would Eder Militao not just charge into it? Because I'm obviously trying to get the ball, and guess what? Because if it had dropped in front of him like it's supposed to, like the animation is supposed to do, yeah, it would have just hit Elemental and it would have fucking gone out for a throw or something. But somehow the computer recalibrated the trajectory of the fucking rainbow flick, pushed it through his head, dropped it through his arm that allows it to drop like this. If you watch it, maximum close control, and look at my Elemental. Yeah, so the keeper and him is together. El Militao is somehow going behind him. Or that perfectly for him. I mean, so we're gonna look at what the purpose of automated stuff is and who created it. And we're gonna look at what physics is and you know what I mean. So we're having a full on fucking class here, blood. You know what I mean? Because you thought you were more clever than me. I'm gonna show you that you're not, blood. I'm gonna show you how people like me really behave in society. You know, so what was the purpose of auto automation? Yeah, not automation. I think that's the better right word for it. Automate. What was the purpose of? Alright, okay. So automation is the use of technology to perform tasks with minimal human input. So I didn't even have to read. It didn't have even to go too far. Innit? So minimal means the least. Means you don't have to really fucking do nothing more than push a button. Innit? Alright. Automation can be applied to various domains such as business, IT, network, industrial, and consumer. The purpose of automation is to increase efficiency. So you can see where the automation is working for every opponent I face, which increase the tackling efficiency, ball retention efficiency, ball passing efficiency, off the ball run efficiency, which all of that combined leads to goal scoring efficiency. All right, cool. So you can see where when the ball passes through my legs, it's efficiently done for the opponent to win the ball back because I can't move the ball. When the ball passed through their leg, just like you saw Son, it's the efficient run. So imagine Paul Scholes, Carrick, De Jong, Tony Kroos, Xavi, Iniesta, Messi, Pirlo. Yeah, we can go with Zidane, Gucci. We can go back through these man. And the man will place a ball like butter. You know what I mean? Perfect for Raul, Ronaldo, both of them, Cristiano and the R9 and Dino, yeah, I mean Michael Owen, these type of characters. So just run on and simply tap the ball in the net. So anybody that knows football would know exactly the type of decisive pass that was so perfect that the fucking striker needs to do nothing more than just tap it in the back of the net. So you saw how the ball went through Son's legs and perfectly ended up in his path of run. You saw my foot going in the floor. You saw the efficiency of Neymar rainbow flick, where the fucking ball's going through his face, going through his arm, and dropping right on his volley for an efficiently positioned son to kick the ball in the net. You saw me can't move the ball. You saw me trying to pass. So my efficiency is lowered because the automation is completely removed or lowered to the point where it might as well fucking be turned off. And there is either heightened or because mine is so low, it looks like they have clearly an advantage. So we can put that down to white people disadvantaging me and calling it restrictions. Yeah. So the purpose of automation is to increase efficiency, productivity. All right, so productivity, you could argue that means the same thing in the context as progress. So you can build 10 cars an hour now rather than 10 cars in 24 hours. Productivity. So progress, you can build 10 cars in an hour rather than 10 cars in 24 hours. Okay. Accuracy. So you can see if they're turning down the automation of tackling, passing, shooting, keeper understanding, player movement. When I press Y for keeper charge, for the keeper to doing some weird shit, you can see that what no wonder I'm so inaccurate or inconsistent. Yeah, yeah. That sounds like a word a blue eyed man would use. Inconsistent. And you can see safety. So me pressing Y for my keeper to charge out is a safety precaution. Guess what? I want to put pressure on the person so it doesn't have easy chances. But you constantly see my keeper selecting the wrong animation, diving where the ball isn't, being bombarded or blocked by his own players. Okay, so we can say why reducing costs? Okay, cool. That don't really apply here, but okay. So cost, waste, and human intervention. So they've got specific stats that defensive players are high in. So interception, they have aids on the game like shot assistance, block assistance, passing assistance. All these things are, you can see, require no real human intervention. If the player is positioned right, which you can't expect them to be that all the time, sometimes you expect to do it manually, yeah. But sometimes only in emergencies those people override AI or automated machines. Only in emergencies. I.e., if someone's fucking tie is caught in the goddamn wheel and they have to stop it manually. Or you go on a treadmill and you got emergency stop that stops it so you don't fucking fly off that shit. So you really need no intervention. It should all be done automatically. If you got, i.e., if you got a player in a space with years of space around him, the game automatically controls the ball for you. You don't have to press a thing. Why? Because we would make the game a bit too much, a bit too technical. But you can see I spend more time trying to ensure I don't the ball doesn't bounce off me. So I can't just have fun. I'm having to think about that the ball doesn't bounce off me. And I've got to press LT to ensure the ball don't bounce off me. And they realize that. I was thinking, well, fucking LT and delete the LT. More combat, guess what? You just need to press block to ensure you don't just get fucking battered 24/7. And they've delayed the block. So you can see the automated stuff is completely removed from anything else. If you watch any military games I play, you find me shooting, I'm a recoil all over the fucking screen, except where I want to put it. No automation because once you press the LT, the what's it called, the scope, it automatically aims to the person. Yeah. Only in certain situations you can manually do it. But it's mainly automatically once you press the go. All these things, automated things, are completely fucked for me. That would frustrate you. Because men used to beat their wives a lot more back in the day than they do now. Why? Because man used to be frustrated at work. Man has to be there knocking iron, mixing cement, mixing malt, digging the ground, doing all this. And now they can just go beep, 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 beep. And then they can come home and have a laugh with their wives. You get me? No hostility or less of it. So automation can be achieved by using programmed commands, feedback control, and robotics. So in terms of EA Sports, FIFA, and any other game I play, the game companies they program it. So in terms of electronic stuff like this, we can another word for program is coding. So you're telling me that EA only bad coded only my game out of the whole fucking 2, 3, 4, 5 million people out there? I'm the only one that's suffering with bad coding? That don't logically make sense. It means somebody purposely did it, whether EA did it or some white man in Britain did it. They're doing the EA either did it for because they went to them because they look the same, or they got access to my shit and did it themselves. And why would they do that? What are they getting out of it? So you can see where automation, how important it is into gaming, everything. Modern life is automated. Your phone's automated, your car's automated, your camera's automated, your telephone's automated, your computer's automated, games are automated. You get me? It's very important. It does the work for you. Right, so like Google, it's an automated book. So rather than have to go and pick 10 million books to search through each chapter to find exactly what I look, I just type it into Google and Google automates the search and find exactly what I need. So you can see how easy it makes your life, and without it, what would life be without automation? You man thought you were clever, man. See, this doesn't stop me from being angry. At least I can defend in that courtroom why I'm angry. And that is more important than any action I take in it. Is why without auto without automation. Yeah. Have you ever wondered what life would be like without? So I'm not the first person to ask that question. A significant reduction in waste, one of the main problems in manufacturing sector, always been quality control, which leads to great deal of waste. So I'm glad they brought up quality control. So quality control tends to be in production. So anybody that produces anything, computers, games, phones, cups, glass, anything, they have a batch that is made, cars, they have a batch that is made, and the quality test, more likely, maybe about 75. I'd be nice to them. Maybe about 75% of it. And then they go, the standard and say, all right, that one's going on, yeah? So you're telling me, I just unfortunately got the bad controller in the batch, the bad FIFA in the batch, the bad motor. Am I constantly getting the bad stuff from these things? Who's going out there ensuring that? Because I think that would be an inefficient way to have that problem. I think hacking Wi-Fi and getting onto everything on that would be a more efficient way. So since human like advantages, I think you would have gone about it that way. So lower production cost equates to price reduction for consumer waste, blah blah blah. Greater security at home and work, more time for interpersonal relationships. Yeah. But guess what? I got to spend fucking days and nights doing this instead of going out and find some girl. Fuck, innit? Can we live without life? Can we live life without modern technology? In modern times, it is easy to live without modern conveniences. Every piece of information required is at our fingertips, while it's a computer or phone. Okay. Can we fully automate our lives? Just because we have developed something, we do not have to use it. We as society might be able to fully automate our lives in the future. So I did what I say? We forum or far slash agenda. I don't really like that word, but it says, can we fully automate? And it goes, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. So if because you can do something and you choose to do something, that means you're personally wanting to do that. It's not something you have to do. It's a choice. I mean, just like it was a choice to play the game tonight. So I legally have the right to make that choice to play the game. You legally don't have the right to do that. So anyway, you can see. So physics. Let's go on to physics. I mean, because this is where it gets really good in here. So EA made a big deal about hypermotion and ball physics. So ball physics. So this is in EA's advert. So unless this was false representation by the company itself, which is grounds to sue their class into next November. Well, ball physics game. So ball physics. Okay. Meaning. All right, let's go for a meaning. So if they're mis-selling, then I have the right to gather as much support and a whole community go against and sue them for lying. Obviously, they're not gonna have that and they're gonna snitch on. And you man love a snitch when it's on your favor, you know. The physics of ball depends on its motion and the force acting upon it. So, i.e., if you play football, any solid object that hits the ball is going to cause some sort of reaction. So I try to run to the fucking left with the ball. Guess what? The ball is going to move to the left. I touch the ball to the right, the ball is going to touch to the right. My foot passes through the ball as if the ball is not there. Then no force was acted upon. No force or pressure was applied to the ball. So therefore the ball won't move. So you can see why the foot's going through it, and that's not a visual glitch. So you can see if I move the ball, if this cigarette is here and I do that, the cigarette bends. If the cigarette allows me to pass through it. So if you watch a magic show, when you see David Blaine pushing a fucking card through his wall, pushing a coin through his wall, that wall don't move. It's just some form of illusion. You know what I mean? So anyway, here are some forces acted upon. Here are some examples. The action, so you can see the contact force, and this is exactly, I'm glad I saw that. So if you look at the free kick of the ball in FIFA, they give you that little thing at the side to say, well, if you hit the ball on the southwest or southeast of the ball, it's going to create spin. Yeah, depending on which way you hit the ball, depending on the curve. Yeah, okay, and what direction. If you hit the ball in the middle, it's going to give you a drive, a knuckleball. Yeah, if you hit the ball at the top, you're more likely going to break your own fucking ankle. So you get where ball physics in the game is important because the little diagram that it shows when you're taking free kick shows you what contacts with the ball does to it. So if your foot's passing through the ball, you're basically Casper the ghost. When a ghost walks through a wall, does it move the wall? No, it just fucking passes through it. So you can see it's not a visual glitch. The action required to apply a spin to a ball is governed by the physics of angular momentum. So like I said, if you hit the ball on the left, if you hit the ball on the left with your left boot, the ball is more likely going to the left. If you hit the ball off your right, with the outside of your right, the ball is going to go to the right. So angular, as in angles, momentum. You have to be momentum. You're going into a direction, regardless of which direction you're fucking going to. So you can see angular momentum is angular or angle direction. They just try to be overly clever with the term. Spinning balls traveling through the air will experience the Magnus effect. I have no idea what the Magnus effect is, which can produce lateral deflections. So lateral is what? That's straight, isn't it? When something goes straight up. A deflection obviously hits some form of solid object, change direction in it. Yeah. In addition to the normal up and down curvature induced by a combination of wind resistance and gravity. Gravity, I'm not really a fan of gravity because if you put a goddamn propeller on a ball, it would fly through the air and never stop. So if you look at was it Nerf? If you look at an American football like they use NFL, you realize they can throw them balls a lot farther than the ball. So wind resistance will stop the ball from traveling at a greater or higher distance than an American ball because American ball is streamlined, is cylindrical. So it's kind of going through the air. It's similar to like how planes are built, jet planes are built, bullets, all that. Yeah, right. So why I don't like the gravity thing, I don't believe in it. The motion of bouncing a ball obeys projectile motion. Many forces act on a real ball, namely the gravitational force. The gravitational force is when they say basically, oh, so if you kick the ball, at some point the ball is gonna go down. It's gonna hit the floor, isn't it? I mean, yeah. So remember now, the drag force due to air resistance. All right, so that's what I'm talking about. So a bullet is streamlined. So obviously, a material that is like this will fly farther and faster, basically go higher, greater distance than an object that is just flat because wind resistance is just going to pound it, slow it down. So obviously, if you fire a bullet, you know when the police they're doing that shit where for bullet forensics when they go and fire into them little water tanks. The reason why they do that is because the water is too dense and creates whatever. What's that shit called? Yeah, it creates drag force and air resistance. Yeah, even though it's water, it still creates has the same effect on it. It's like hitting a solid object. So instead of firing a fucking wall, they fire it into the water. It operate the solid wall would destroy the bullet, so they could never match the markings. So they fire it in water. If you hit water fast enough or hard enough, it becomes a solid object. So that's why they chose water. Yeah. So the Magnus force due to the ball spin and the buoyant force. Buoyant means like bouncing. Yeah. The study of how projectiles move through the air is called projectile motion. So obviously anything that can be tossed through the air, a stone can be a projectile, things like that. So anything through the air is projectile, isn't it? When a projectile is launched, it has the initial velocity. When a projectile is moving through the air, however, it is subject to the force of gravity. I'm not a fan of gravity, which causes it to move down towards the Earth. If anything without a propeller is going to come to a complete stop. Gravity is not explained why that is the case. Yeah. So, right, okay, you chose a ball up in the air. No, what is keeping the ball in the air? I mean, like gravity is a made up fiction that people have and went along with because who was it that came up with it? It wasn't Einstein. The theory of relativity. Newton, I think it was Newton, yeah, one of them guys. So if I toss this controller in the air, nothing holds it up. So obviously it's going to fall. Yeah. If you tie a balloon, if you put helium in a balloon, the balloon fucking float away. To God knows where. So why is helium able to defeat gravity? It don't make sense, innit? There's nothing keeping the stuff afloat, so it's obviously going to fall. So if you have a controller and you put my hand under there, guess what? It's not going to fall. If I remove my hand, there's no physical object that's keeping it up, so it's going to fall. Is that gravity? Is that the proof that gravity exists? I don't think so. So anyway, true there. However, it's subject to the force of gravity, which causes it to move on. This is a mathematical model of the physics that includes momentum and collision, gravity, mass, and drag from air, water, and denser fluids. So collision, okay. So collision, because of how society has gone, the word collision is usually means some sort of destructive force. But technically, collision is anything coming in contact with itself, innit? So um, friction is a form of collision. So you get rug burns, guess what? It's a form of collision. It's just how the society has bent it to make it seem like it's always an accident. So people tend to use the word collision between some sort of destructive force, so i.e., two cars colliding, a fucking meteor colliding. You get me? Collision. So if you have a ball and you touch the ball, you're colliding with the ball should move. But if your fucking foot pass through the ball, then the physics don't apply there. It's breaking the laws of physics. So the fucking game is breaking the laws of physics. And who am I to complain that, well, the game is breaking the laws of physics? It's a football simulator. I've never seen a football player defy the laws of physics. Ronaldo probably was the closest to have ever done it, but he still has to work within the realms of known physics. So why is my game breaking the laws of physics? What's somebody trying to tell me? Like, I don't understand. Is somebody trying to tell me something there where I'm clearly blind to? Because it's affecting my mood, it affects the game, it affects the results, it affects everything. So we're gonna go and see breaking the laws of physics, yeah? Because FIFA ESFC is a fucking simulation of real life. Alright. So they didn't say, oh, it's just a game where you have magical and mystical powers. He didn't say that. This is not Blue Lock or Lock Blue. This is not Galactic Football. This is not what's that Chinese thing called? Um, where they could do all them breakdancing while playing football, breaking the laws of laws of physics. So one of you are going down for it, and if it turns out that EA was the one who fucked up, why would EA just do that? Who went to EA and told them to do this because of this reason? What a coincidence. It is not possible to break the laws of physics. Any violation of the scientific theories we've developed would simply show that our laws of physics are not real. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go. So, the white man created physics. Obviously, there probably was physics before that because they found all these stuff on walls, Mayans and Aztecs and ancient Egypt, Africa, and all these places. So physics probably was always there. But we're working off modern times and what they have in books. So the white man created physics. So the white man created football, allegedly. The white man created EA Sports. The white man created FC. So the white man created something and then is basically denying it. Why? Because it is denial of the laws of physics. So are they already telling me that they're planning to deny my claims? And they already telling me, is this a precursor to the denial of my accusations? Because who can argue who is responsible for that? Because it's clearly happening. So physics must therefore be modified accordingly. Why it is certainly not possible to circumvent the law. So circumvent is another word for go around, get around, go above, mitigate, dismiss, go through, anything. So you're basically making it useless, innit? So you got a roundabout, yeah. You can't circumvent the roundabout. You either have to go somewhere else and not take the roundabout, or you have to fly over it. So you can see what circumvent really means. The laws of physics. But EA Sports is clearly circumventing the laws of physics because they made a big deal about ball physics. They themselves, so it's misappropriation and misrepresentation of their product. Or they're just fucking with me. Figuring out ways that try to break these laws often helps in learning something new about the universe. So, ball physics, what was the other one? Angular momentum, tinsel, what was the automation? All of these things are in the game. But you realize that these things are constantly broken in my game. which makes the game extremely hard. And then I have some little cunts from England messaging me on sort of stupid shit. And I'm supposed to sit here and be happy about it and be strong. I mean, and not be violent as a response. I just chose where to point my violence and aggression to. I've just chosen where to direct all that pent up energy, blood. And you clearly don't want that to be directed your way. You wanted me to snap and direct it towards innocent people or the child's mother because it would look better. Because a man beat up his baby mother, the government gets to say, oh, he's a monster. A man beat up the government and police members. Then the whole issue comes because why is he targeting you? When they look at his background, where is he from? Jamaica. Oh, Jamaica. That's not normal for a Jamaican to do. Problems. And then obviously my reason has to be given because interrogation room, you're going to have to say all of this, and I'm going to say, well, no, not necessary. You man are fucking with me. You're going to say, we didn't do anything. And I said, somebody on the behalf of the government would. Man try to play smart and only find somebody smarter. I might not have a PhD, my nigga. I might look like a fucking roadman. I might talk like a roadman. Trust me, you're nowhere in the realms or even caliber of me, blood. I just sound stupid because, sad to say, the Jamaican dialect is a mixed and mashed fucking language. It's not even classified as a language. It's called a dialect, broken English. So that's why I sound more stupid than I really am. But unfortunately for you,
Like, I might try to go for it. It really works for my team. I have a lot of midfielders, but I'd like to try him out. He looks crazy. All right, so far, no bueno. Like, is he worth it though? I don't know if he's worth it. We'll see. I mean, he's a beast though. People really like him this year. And I'm like, oh, if I'm untradeable, Jude and Llorente, that's a cool midfield for a while, you know? That's just kind of what I'm thinking. I sold though. I didn't do that son, man. He's so good. I admittedly sold with that, bro. Dybala! Wow! 100,000 coin card, boys. Wow, nice. Team of the week one. So we got team of the week seven. Now this team of the week included, right? Nice, bro. That's sick. How many team of the weeks total? Let me go. Team of the weeks. So I'm flipping. How many team of the weeks right now do we have 82 or higher? That's what I'm trying to see. Oh no, we've only got about 75 to 80. That's a lot less, right? With 80 is probably like so that's a lot less. That's probably why we already got the baller, right? Oh, Lewandowski, bro! Dude, four of these red the ball on Lewandowski.
so you can see controller is just stuck in. So they're clearly upset, innit? It just proves because I'm in a manga or something. That's just pressing buttons and just can't waiting for some weird reason. Every time I try to press my controller, I have to press it 4 or 5 times before it works. I've got to press it 4 fucking times before it works.
Let me tell you, bro. I'm gonna tell you this. I would take Politano because there's a part of me that feels like there's gonna be an evolution pretty soon for Politano, like where you could use his inform. So yeah, I don't know. I know there was one previously, but like I might try to stack some of these informs because I want to try to do the evolutions with the dynamic. That's why that card would be crazy with evolution. That's what I'm gonna start thinking about, though, dude. Son, Sonny, let's go. Oh my god, 5 walkouts, dude. What? Dude, that's crazy. 5 walkouts. Really want to use feels like Pierre with a shadow. Long ass legs. It says Jose. Long ass legs. Ooh! Hernandez. That card looks kind of crazy for 83. Guys, we have another team of the week picks, bro. They've been so good so far. Let's do more. They've been so good. We've got like 3 W's at 5, like 6. Surely the 83s are like finally up to like 2.5K, right? Like 1,500. I think
Yeah, the
the
amount
regular
of time
ones
I've
are
got
like
this girl is unbelievable.
I have
I
like
just keep getting her
six.
over and over and over and over and over and over.
It's just
Keep
this
getting
card
her
here is
over and
way too
over.
dumb for me to do. I feel like
Fucking
literally
over and over.
my rivals team next week. What hero packs? I think it just refreshes, right? Or is it
Just
Sunday?
keep
Which
getting
day
her
is it?
over and over and over. Yeah, look, I can't even control my thing. It keeps freezing, but I've got to fucking be tensing up myself all the time to get the button to press, but and that causes a strain on an individual heart to have constant resistance all the time. So we're gonna Google what resistance is, you get me, you know? Yeah. Forgot about that. Fuck on. We're gonna go and do that because disabling somebody control causes resistance, yeah? So yeah, the buttons will work, everything would work. You won't really you can't really get resistance from the controller. But by disabling it, every time the person tries to press up, down, B, right, X, L, T, R, T, it feels like resistance or it mimics the effect of resistance. So these man think they're clever, blood. I'm gonna go out of my way to make you man feel tiny and minuscule about yourself. Cause pussy, I ain't got no PhD. I ain't been to university. You man probably spending eight fucking dough on oh pure debt on university money right now. To be our class and outsmarted by some monkey, blood. Oh yeah, I'm making you man hate me so much it's unbelievable, blood. I make you man look like fools out here. Dickhead. Tell Delta, thanks for the motivation. You know. I dislike her as well as much as you, man. But you're not on the list, bro. Trust me. I'll leave it there when I'm done with you fools. You know. You're not on that list, bro. And that list ain't too long, so trust me. I'll get to her soon, you know. That list ain't too long, pussy. And I was on that list, man. Fuck up in a Babylon, remember that. Fuck up in a Babylon. So go about resistances. Resistance, yeah. So you have different type of resistance. You have resistance like a rubber band will put a resistance, or you have resistance like you resisting some sort of occupation or I guess subjugation. You know when slavery, you resist the slave master. When a group of militaries are resisting insurgency, there are various forms of resistance. So, like I say, I don't know which one they're trying to insinuate here. So, resistance, I see. So, you have resistance. So, yeah, you even have electrical resistance as well. Yeah. So, resistance, bands. Yeah, so we go on now. Resistance bands, in it. So, how does it work? Okay. Um, I didn't come up with a means, just come up with adverts. So, resistance in movement. Yeah. Okay. Resistance in parallel, microbiology. So you have various forms of resistance, innit? And I'll go for movement. Movement. So another word we could say restraint. Yeah. So if you're restrained, if your arms are restrained, it's going to be maximum frustration. Yeah. So imagine somebody that's been tied up and can't move. Some people would cry. Some people would get angry because guess what? Nobody likes restrictions. You get me? Restriction, resistance, all of that is the same. And restraint, it's all the same. You know, it's all of them start with risk. Yeah, so resistance in movement. In movement. Yeah, so okay, resistance in movement. Hypertonia. Resistance to the movement refers to the resistance a vehicle faces while attempting to move from a stall condition, or while accelerating. So Imagine trying to put your controller to the left and there's resistance, yeah? You don't feel angry, innit? The resistance must be overcome by the power plant of the engine, which in order to sustain motion. When the power produced is smaller than the resistance to motion, the vehicle will gradually slow down. Hyperthermia is another type of resistance to movement, which is not dependent on the velocity and can be without spasticity. I never heard of the word spasticity before. But so in terms of the controller, yeah, I want to press up, but there's resistance on the controller, an equal and opposite force being applied to it. So equal but opposite force, yeah, would form a form of resistance. Equal, but opposite force. Newton law, yeah, that's it. That content. So Newton's third law of motion says that whenever a first object exerts a force on a second object, the first object experiences an equal in magnitude but opposite in direction to the force that exerts. So, i.e., tug and war is a simple way to understand. That's how the game was built, based on that theory, the equal but opposite force. So, a player is running to me, I'm pressing back or forward. So if I'm pressing forward, they are pressing back. It becomes a tug of war. Guess what? The player won't move because two equal but opposite force. Because the control, whatever force, the control that applies to the game, yeah, is going to be equal on all controllers. So it's an equal and but opposite force. I press left, they press right. My player is just stuck in the middle. It allows whoever to just run past me, and then they let it go, and I've got to chase him down. Yeah? So this means forces. This means forces always occur in pairs of equal magnitude but opposite in direction. If an object applies a force to another object, object B will simultaneously apply a force equal in magnitude but opposite in the direction. So let's go. Let's see if we can find a video of Newton's law, balance and unbalance. So where is it now? Introduce Newton's third law. Is, it, is that no? That's not. I'm looking for a simple demonstration. Tension. Introduce a tension. Yeah. So resistance, tension, basically the same thing. Yeah. So introduction to tension. Forces of Newton's law of motion. Um, I'm just looking for a fucking illustration of some sort. Illustration. Boom, 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 boom. So equal but opposite force is resistance, but resistance and tension is practically the same thing. If you apply it in tug and war, you get tension on the rope as a result of two equal but opposite forces. Yeah. So tension and resistance is basically the same thing. The both sides are feeling a resistance to them pulling into each side, which causes a tension on the rope. Same thing, really. You know. So I'm just trying to find a video here. Should be able to provide Newton's third law. Um, video, video, illustration. Yeah. Alright, so what is this now? Newton. Alright, that black and white. Let's go. I don't tell him don't beg it out, pussy. Don't beg it out, no. You not beg it out, no bumbo. I tell you what, I go on now. Newton's third Like, all of this is physics. Yeah. So I think Newton was a theoretical physics. So if you watch Big Bang Theory, Sheldon was a theoretical physics. Leonard actually is the same as well. Example, that's it. You feel like you cheated the system. What the hell is this? So here you go. So this is a advert. You feel like you cheated the system. Fuck the system, bro. Newton's third law of motion demonstrated. Right, let's go. Let's use that. Let's use that. So they can't argue with themselves, can they? They can't argue with themselves.
Today, we're going to talk about Newton's third law. How do you think it will hold up in microgravity?
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This means that in every interaction between two objects, there are a pair of opposite forces acting on each object at the same time. A force pairing. You can see that there are many examples on that. In space, class physics about one way, and the vehicle is steered in the opposite way.
Well, again, more basketball stuff that I can't do on the ground. At least not, well, again, this much hang time. All right, back to serious business. We've got a basketball right here. There'd be one object one on the second object. If object two, myself, applies a force to object one, then that same force will be applied according to Newton's third law by object one onto object two. However, there's a big disparity in the mass. Object one is a very light mass object. Object two, myself, is a larger mass object. So I'm going to try to make myself about the same shape as this ball. See how that works for us.
Ah, okay, I'm out. Let's go for tug of war. This is a simple way to demonstrate it. Tug of, is it tug of war? Isn't it? Yeah. So tug of war. So this is a typical example of what they're doing to the controller. Typical example. I'm pushing one way, they push the other. Hopefully these cons aren't as strong as each other. Fucking hopefully not. Yeah, I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully they're not as strong as each other, innit? Yeah. So you can see, so you can see, the only way to overpower a force is to be stronger than it. But because they're computerized controlled with a program force in there, yeah, it's going to squits out each other, cancel out each other, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's going to be a type.
Fucking untrainable, guy. He's untrainable, guys. Why do I give a shit if I pack this twat? He's fucking untrainable, mate. Are you suggesting I tell men? You know what's the many?
So you can see an equal but opposite force. So this is Newton's third law. The two sides are equally have the equal amount of people. They're equal in strength. Yeah. So we're gonna look at a lion versus a human in tug of war. That ain't no match. So this one side is my controller, the other side is the gaze from England controller. And you can see what it causes. This happens. So when I press left, they press right. It nothing happens on my controller. It cancels out. Yeah. So you get the picture. So we're gonna go tug of war with lion, innit? Yeah, with lion. Yeah, yeah. With a lion. So you will see what two opposite forces would fucking do. It will be crazy, bro. Yeah. So fuck you holiday, blood. So here is a demonstration, yeah, of when two opposite forces, yeah, apply itself to something, but one of them is stronger, yeah. So you saw the typical example. All controllers are built the same, yeah? You don't have any more force applied to your controller than mine. So what's going to happen? We're going to constantly cancel out each other. So two positive and positive charges will become a negative charge. Two negative and negative, I think, I think can sometimes trigger off an anomaly where it becomes a positive, but sometimes, yeah. So them pressing right, I'm pressing left. The controller is in a tug of war. Usually, the tug of war has a line and it has a flag. When the fucking flag goes to east, whichever side of the line, that team wins. Yeah. So if they have the same six players and they all have the same strength, that fucking flag will never go over each other. You just stay in the middle. So hence, what they're doing to how it works in the game. So when they press whatever button it does, yeah, it's as if me my controller and what they're doing are in a tug of war, yeah. They're not no movement is going to come off that player. Yeah. If they somehow recode their side of the game and change the pressure applied by the controller, they can then let their controller move mine. So basically overrides. So if you know what override is, yeah, so we're gonna look at overriding in a minute. Well, first let's go on this. So okay, cool. So we're gonna go on overriding, yeah. So overriding, what I'm gonna say, no, tension first, yeah, tension first. So tension on a controller, yeah. What would it do, yeah? So you know what? Tension on a rope, tug of war, tension, is it TISION? Yes, tension on a controller, controller, or the controller. That's a weird word, isn't it? There's con and troller in controller, isn't it? So the word con simply means to deceive or trick. A troller is somebody that follows you around. And they somehow combine them two words with two different meanings to mean somebody who is in charge. That's weird, isn't it? So the person who is in charge of something is trolling you, which makes sense because if he's in control, he's always there. But he's deceiving you. That's weird, isn't it? Like them two words come together to make. Well, anyway, before I get distracted, controller and tension on controller. Tension on controller, it would snap. Yes, how tension is delivered to the web. Um, DC60 controller commission. Um, tension best plus controller settings for aimbot. Mention so let's see what this guy's on about here. Is he called tension? So I don't understand why he's advertising an aimbot. That's weird.
That's how I made it home.
You guys should.
Clothes on, I only want the dome. Straight up, I'm like the phone. Probably come and stack the drawers. I ain't got no worries. No, my niggas get the shit on like we Stephen Curry.
Alright, okay. What would tension do to input device? Right, then it's meant to be device. Yeah, device. Yeah, okay. Input device. Today device I put because right. Alright, so let's Tennessee and Nato. Whatever. Alright, so anyway, I forgot what I was going to look at before. Tension. Yeah, let's look at our tension. So tug of war would create tension on my part, yeah. But knowing them, they have automated stuff. They have an easy life, so they're more likely just pressing one button that causes the issue. Inner striving, unrest, or imbalance, often with psychological indication or emotion, a state of latent hostility or opposition between individuals or groups. So that's not the type of tension I'm looking for, but you can see that even works as well. Tension on string. Yeah. Tension on a string. Tension on a string. Okay, tension is a force exerted by a string, rope, or wire when it's pulled by objects at its ends. So, i.e., tug and war. I mean, that's what I mean, pulled by object at each end. But obviously, they just talk like that. Tension is constant along the string if there are no bends or vibrations. Tension depends on the string gauge, scale, length, and pitch of musical instrument. So on a guitar, they stretch the wires max, and each of the wires are stretched to different levels to cause different sounds. Tension is equal to the weight of the object for a string hanging under gravity. Tension affects the speed and frequency of waves in the string. So, like I say, if they disconnect your controller, just like how somebody could what's it called? DDoS attack you and disconnect you from the internet in milliseconds or just boot you off it right out. They can do the same thing to controllers, yeah. So even if you have a wired controller, yeah, there's still a connection at the middle. So if you look at a light switch, yeah, you have the lights in your house like a light bulb. You have the light switch that switches it on. You have the breaker box where the main power is. Yeah. So the main power to the light switch to the light. Yeah. So you might be getting power from the main power. You might be getting power from the light bulb. Yeah. But if you switch the light off, what's it going to do to the light? It's going to turn it off, innit? So the shit that they're using and they're pressing turns my controller off. Yeah. Which creates the illusion of tension. Yeah. Another thing that they do, there's co-pilot on the game, which means two controllers can play as the same singular controller in the game. So me and somebody else can control the same character at the same time. Who overrides who? Oh yeah, that's what I need to remember. Who overrides who? I guess it depends, innit? But you can see the main power light switch to the bulb. Yeah, if you switch off the main power, so the main power will be my controller. Yeah, you switch off the light bulb. The light bulb is the characters on the screen running around, the FIFA players, Mortal Kombat, driving, and Modern Warfare, whatever. You then switch the light off. Guess what? My controller which is the main power socket, is going to be disconnected from the players, which relatively is the bulb. So that's what they're constantly doing. So I'll dribble into the box, and all of a sudden, no movement from a controller. Um, I tend to move very quickly, or I want to get my packs open, blah blah blah. Fuck off, move on. Yeah. Then guess what? They switch the power off. They switch the switch off, kills anything on the screen. My controller is useless. So yes, the controller is on. The controller is fine. Just like the main electric box in your house would be okay, but the switch is faulty or the switch has been shut off. Nothing will happen to the light. It won't turn off or on. So you can see that's the main principle behind it. Yeah. And then what the other principle is creating hypertension. So you see me on the screen, you would watch pure videos where my controller is doing two different things. It's because some gay blue-eyed pussy from England is there fucking around and thought he was so clever that he could drive me to frustration and have me snap. And unfortunately for him, I'm just going to direct all this pent up anger, hate, and energy towards him. And he knows he's no match. He knows he has to have his team alongside him anywhere, any day we ever come into contact. Because Bryce very different. He's a coward. And he would have never done what he was doing if he didn't have the support of the government. If I know about the government, eh, they have to abide by the law. And if you beat them with the law and show that that person tried to entrap you and mislead you and trick you into committing any sort of crime, then just the government is no different to a civilian or the public. They get the same issue as a result of it. So, like I said, that's what they're basically doing. And hence, for years I didn't know it was going on. And I would be so furious and screaming, why is my controller not moving and blah blah blah. When the controllers do that in general, whether controllers are, some people get 40 controllers, whether your internet breaks. So they've got all these different advantages because they can DDoS attack your internet and switch you off the internet for a millisecond, or they can fucking slow your internet down, which cause delay in your control. They can directly attack the controller itself by, like I say, flicking the light switch, which disconnects your controller from the actual game for however long they fucking choose. And the other one is they can hack Copilot. I don't know why Xbox created that because it doesn't even make sense. Who would want that? I don't really understand why Xbox would do that, but I could make a good theory, you know. So overriding, overriding mean what does overriding mean? Over and riding is it one word? Overriding, override, right? Okay, so override the verb of a person who has the necessary authority to decide against or to refuse to accept a previous decision or an order, a person, etc. To operate an automatic machine by hand. So override automatic manual, yeah. But you have an other override where you can take over control of something. So overriding controller, yeah. So you can take control of a device. So hackers do it all the time. They take control of your device. No, people just say hacking, but it's really overriding. Overriding device. Yeah. So people call it hacking now, but it's really just overriding the device. They take complete control over it. So you can see, so override now. A device that changes the control of a machine or system in special situations, especially from automatic to manual. The heat has a manual override. So when you go to the gym on a treadmill, it's got that red button that immediately stops it. That's a form of overriding, yeah. So overriding devices to take control. Take control, okay. An overall control strategy involves a selection between two or more controllers' output signals, where only one controller at a time gets the opportunity to exert control over a process. So if you look at the idea of demons, yeah, so you got a human body, the demon would take control, and in the movie they'll go, "Oh, you need to fight, little Johnny. You need to fight." And you see little Johnny's voice come out. I say, "I can't, I can't." So two entities, two controllers operating on the same console, two the human being, the demons in the same body. One's fighting for control. They're trying to override each other for control of the device. In this situation, the game can be coded to always hand controller over to the controller, if that makes sense. So the game they can code it to always hand controller that their input is always dominant over mine. It's a game, it's a computer, anything can be programmed. So you can see the situation.
And not too bad, Nathan. What's going on there? Theo over Mendy. Who would you rather play, guys? Mendy or Theo? I mean, Theo has just a stat here in every department apart from the physical, which is better. That doesn't necessarily translate to a better card, if that makes any sense. In game, depends. If you put the out, get Theo in, says million out. Yeah, but Nemo's got more as well. Theo's Ratless has had so is Mendy. Okay, I might do it. I mean, to be fair, I did buy Mendy, so if I just played Theo, it would get me like 100k. You know what I'm saying? I could just use Theo and then sell Mendy because Mendy's tradable and get 100k. So it is quite tempting to do that, to be honest. Theo over Mendy. Theo's broken in a good way. Hernandez for sure system GG. Maybe we should sell Mendy then and get the 100 Gs. Just use Hernandez. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm jealous of your squad, man. Yeah, it's a pretty raw looking squad, man. It is pretty decent, man. It's not bad. Right, hang on a second then. So, okay then.
I don't know if I should waste my time on doing.
So I'm looking to see
I don't know if I should waste my time on doing that
be tradable or not.
thing. I'm not sure if I should do the hero pick. I really think there's not really anybody I see that I really want. Well, there's some Marquis or yeah. I don't really want anybody else.
Tactics, AB, I play a few different tactics in game, man. It's too much to go into right now, but you're not missing out anything because I am shit. Look at that, I played five games like that and I've lost four of them in foot champs.
Well, the weather forecasters promised us an agreeable day for football, and that's exactly what we got. I'm Craig, the fitness here on the commentary gallery, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from the Champions playoffs. Stuart, what are your expectations for today?
I'm having a real stinker. Real
You see what I mean? Why could I not go to it? Say, you see what I'm saying? They're putting some form of problems in the controller because you see the control. My players just won't run to grab the ball that's blatantly in space. Like you'd see me running, and players are outpacing me. It's because they're putting pressure on the controller that's causing the opponent to be faster. Because say if I've got my controller obviously to the edge of the circle, yeah, they press it the other way, slowing me down, innit? So you can see, look where the ball passed me before, and I somehow didn't intercept the ball. The ball was right beside me, right fucking beside me.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Darling Harder was absolutely crossing him with the
Yeah.
completely shattered it. It's your birthday, Jamie McEnroy. Happy birthday to you, boss.
Look, 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 look. Yeah. They do it more in the box, yeah. So if I'm in the box with the opponent trying to attack them, they do it to my controller to stop me from being able to attack them. When I'm dribbling, you'll just see my players just no movement at all coming from them. They just stand still weirdly. Yeah. When they're in my box, I can't move. So I'm pressing the ball. Guess what? The ball is always going back to the opponent because they do it to the direction. So when I pass the ball, it just basically goes anywhere. You get me? Look. Say I try and turn, and they're doing it while I'm turning. Like you can just see it all the time because you can see they always make a physical contact with me. Always, whenever they do it to the controller, the AI or the opponent make physical contact.
She seems to have never really understanding
Yeah. Look, can't move.
the nonce lyrics there. I say, oh my.
Yeah, look at the game,
Oh,
bro.
yes, there's the breakthrough, guys. Come on. We're winning. Shit, I need to put that on.
So just watch back post, yeah. Watch back post straight to him. So for what reason did my ball hit him? Hit him? You know, every single game I play, I try and square the ball across the pitch. It drops short, it hits somebody every single time. It either hits somebody or it fucking drops short. Yeah. So you can see immediately the internet's come. So that's what I'm talking about. They got what is it called? Lag switch. So it basically kicks you off the internet in a millisecond, innit? Which allows them to guess what? It doesn't affect the opponent. It only affects you and causes delay. So you can see the MS is not on the screen. But if you look good, you'll see that it's behind the controller. For some weird reason, it's behind the controller. And I don't think EA Sports did that. I don't think EA Sports did that because it doesn't make sense. So these guys have ruined the input. I say they know they can't win. They know they can't get out of it. Like, I mean, they've been advised to hide as long as fucking humanly possible until something happens on my side.
Shit.
So you can see just behind the right controller on the screen. Just behind the right controller on the screen, you can see that it says MS, where they purposely moved it to the wrong place to hide it behind the screen so they can mess with the internet and it doesn't show. They thought I didn't know. I knew the whole time. I just choose not to say anything. Look, back to them. They've been advised to hide because guess what? It's gone bad now, and they can't deny it. So they'll have to say why they would have done that, and there's no logical reason that's humanitarian that could be justified up. Because the irony of them, they spend the most money on the United Nations. So for them to be violating human rights would be a massive L block. A humongous L. ultimately you get destroyed, bro. And people end up hating. We all know what happens to your kind when that happens. So you can imagine Britain spends the most money on the United Nations. They're the biggest donors to it. And the European Union at the time, they're not in there anymore. But people who donate to anything usually has a massive influence over it. So if you watch all of them type of movies that talk about rich families that donate to charities and stuff like that, always have a say in it. So you can see they are not doing it out of the goodness of their heart, they're doing it to control it. So you can say, it's easy to say what these people are like, isn't it? So for some reason they put in her Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland is about 9 foot tall and that girl is about 2 centimeters tall, but like why are they matching them together? So I'm saying so they messed with the whole thing, blood. Like they mashed up my short players to go and mark the tall ones for some odd reason. It causes me to concede corners after corners after corners, but I mean, look, so you can see now, watch the internet now. Yeah, so you can see the level of interception from their players compared to mine. You can see the level of interception coming from their team. They're running in a complete different direction at full speed. But somehow they're just able to change direction or change angular momentum. And that's breaking the laws of physics. I mean, these guys are alien spacecraft, blood. They're outside of the realms of mankind's knowledge of physics. So they're somehow fucking breaking the laws of physics consistently in this game, blood. Look. Why would he pass it there? That's them messing with the controller. So you can see how many things these guys have deployed there. Yeah? So many different things. Completely destroying the laws of physics in the game. You know what I mean? Completely destroying the laws of physics in the game to give them the advantage, bro. They're racist, bro. Nobody can deny that it's racism. And that's the biggest part of their problem, is because it cannot be justified as anything else but racism. Because they'll first have to explain why it's not racism and why it was proportionate. So they used to have what you call a skull's bride. They used to do these weird things to slaves, yeah, to punish them. Yeah, they used to do all these weird things to the slaves to punish them. And at the time, they thought it was justified. So how is this proportionate? You get me, innit? How is it proportionate? Yeah. How is it proportionate? Yeah. How is it? I'd like to know how is this proportionate? What exactly is the motive? And they obviously can't come up with a decent enough motive because they would have long come up with an explanation already. The only time the government refuses to answer anything is when they know they've been caught. Otherwise, they'd fucking answer. I mean, they're completely breaking the laws of physics in the game, and it's meant to be a football simulator. Yeah, completely breaking the laws of physics in the game. They thought they were so clever that it would be undetectable. You get me? They thought that. They thought that it would be undetectable, innit? They thought it was undetectable, but they thought themselves were undetectable. And another word for undetectable is covert. Look. See, you can see angular momentum. You can see physics there. The ball hit a subject, object goes to him. The ball hits me again, goes back to him. Yeah. They, they thought they were clever, innit? Look at my players, dude. Completely breaking the laws of physics in the game, dude. Look, can't take the ball down. It has nothing to do with my skill. Where does it apply that my player refuses to control the ball, innit? I mean, where does it apply itself there? Where does it apply itself? Look, can't run off. He's able to run off. Blank is slower than Keane. Why is he able to run faster than me? I don't care about no lengthy and all that. It's bullshit. So they thought it would have been undetectable, you get me? Certainly by me. I guess it needed an expert. Yeah. So they thought it would have been undetectable. Not only my animations are fucked up, the animations cause the game to break the laws of physics because a Sunday League player controlling the ball will be different to a fucking Premier League player controlling it. And these men are not even Sunday leagues; these are under 15. But these men are look, no, yeah, game's already over. He's just gonna run back with the ball, innit? You see, they're breaking the whole complete thing. The game's broken, but because EA in the advert they talk about ball physics and that, so it's important. So to fuck up the ball physics in the game, it means it's going to make it difficult for anybody that's facing that problem, innit? It, it's obviously yeah. So you can see so undetectable. Yeah. So let's try on the tech. Oh, this detectable. Yeah. Undetectable. Yeah. Whatever. Undetectable. So undetectable mean so undetectable mod menu. Let's see what that is. That's new. Undetectable. Oh yeah, we're gonna see what modded means in gameplay. Yeah, undetectable meaning. So yeah, so not able to be detected. Yeah, in what in the other two patients, the antibodies were undetectable after 1 year, virtually undetectable practice. Yeah, so it just means you can't see it. Innit? Impossible to see or find. So that's what they thought was the case. Yeah, when they came up with their plan, they thought, oh, you would never see that. Yeah, I mean. The sound. If you're watching as a normal person, you're not going to see them things. You're just going to think I'm moaning and creating problems for no reason. But when you watch the breakdown of the stuff, you can really see that I'm not making it up. The sound is virtually undetectable to the human ear. The Oxford learner, what does undetectable mean? Not able to be perceived, noticed, or discovered. Also indetectable. Yeah. So you can see. So modding. So let's go. What I mean? Got mod. So MOD, Ministry of Defense. MOD, gaming. So it's funny that the abbreviation for modding games is the same as Ministry of Defense in every country. It's very strange, isn't it? A video game mod is a change made to a video game. The word mod is short for modification. A mod can be a change to any part of the game, including how it sounds, how it plays, the way it looks, or anything else. They are usually created by fans of a game instead of the people who made the original game. A mod, short for modification, is a user-created content that alters or adds to an existing game. Mods can be anything from minor tweaks to major overhauls, and they can change everything from graphics, gameplay, mechanics, sound, and more. Mods are more often created by a gaming community. So you can see EA didn't fucking mod the game. It clearly says a mod is done by outsiders. I ain't know how to mod nothing. I certainly wouldn't mod my own game to lose. So you can see that some cunt out there modded it for a reason. And the intended reason, it's obviously frustrating. And how are you going to deny that? Because I'm actually helping EA for a reason. Because it's human that I'm after, not EA. I'm after the guilty party here. The human thought it would be undetectable. And I would have long gave up playing so it wouldn't have mattered. But boy, were you wrong. What a wrong bang for you, pussy. They fought because I said to the little idiot friends, the task force informants and juniors in their team, I said to them in McDonald's that, oh, anything that gives me too much problem, leave alone. The problem is, me saying that to them should not have been used to target me, you get me? So you can see why they're targeting me. I said it in McDonald's. Anything that gives me too much problems, I'll leave alone. Hey, that's what they like. But guess what? It worked out for me, innit? So some lies are necessary and some lies are fuckery, innit? And that was a necessary lie to catch you man out. And right after I told that lie, I followed it up with, you man don't know what's coming. And now you have to be the undetectable one, eh? And you know I'm attacking you 100%. You know it. Everybody around there knows it. The community knows it, and everybody knows you do deserve it. They all know that. They first thought I was one who deserved it, but they now realize human deserved it because covert is another word for undetectable. But it's funny that the abbreviation for fucking with somebody's game or hacking it is called mod. Mod is another phrase or anagram for mod is Ministry of Defense. So actually, let me see who was the first mother. Yeah, who? Let me see if it comes up. Actually, comes up with some English one. Well, who was the first person to mod games? It should be an interesting one. Isn't it? Well, let's see if it comes up with some English person. Who was the first one to mod games? Okay. The first mod for a game was created by Russ Holman and Cameron Ellis for a competition set up by the makers of the game. The game that they created the mod for is not specified. Gary's mod, a sandbox game, was originally developed as a mod for Valve Source Engine. Who created the first one? The first one was a pair of fans. A lot of games start out as mods existing game. Here are 10 games that you didn't know as mod. So okay, so in Grand Theft Auto, this is what mod in GTA. Mod in GTA, yeah. So mod in GTA. So let's show you what mod does. Install mod, yeah. New beginning GTA 5 mods. Let's show you how mods are crazy in games. So if regular people can mod games, what can the government do? Like I say, they try to be covert. This is overt, it's blatantly modded. Yeah? So these ones are like covert, blatant mods, where you can obviously see that oh, that's not meant to be in the game because it usually has some form of glitch associated with it because it's fucking with the game.
It looks so good. Let's see. And I mean, I've been to LA multiple times. And, oh man, I don't know, man. GTA real life mine just got serious, like for real. I remember installing this last time. We did enjoy it, but now it's just, I mean, it look even better now, man. All right, now let's get started. Let's see what we can actually get into. I do have the McLaren, so this is kind of like starting over, all over actually, and yeah, I don't even know where to start. I'm gonna show you guys around. Today is more like a trial thing. Like I'm gonna show you, like so make sure I'm careful because these cops do not play. Let's go. And
So you
yeah,
can see the car says McLaren, yeah? They don't use real name or likenesses in game. So you can clearly see say mod. So this is how deep modding of games can get. And you're telling me, man are out here trying to stitch me up by modding my game and thinking that they're clever. Blood. GTA does not use realness and real likeness. They use things that look similar. You know what it is as a vehicle, but they don't use the real likeness of it because basically it's not cost effective. It's not efficient.
I want to see this. Okay, you gotta do it like that. Wow. Okay, so we probably have to just go inside.
So you get the picture. You get the picture. You know, like, I can't be asked going through the whole
So
thing.
then we just order a taxi. So I'm gonna be
So
testing a lot of stuff
it's
today, guys.
so that one is mud. So give me let's go. So here's one Sonic GTA. So this is how deep modding gets, blood. And obviously these are over mods in it. Yeah, blatant fucking mods.
We're upgrading Sonic to his ultimate diamond form, and we're about to find out just how powerful he can become.
Yes, I don't really need to go on for too much with that in it. So I don't need to go on too much. You see how deep modding gets. So all these issues that are in the game, EA would not be mad to create that because it would be lawsuits. You get me? It would be fucking lawsuits. So obviously some sort of outside element that could only lead to me fucking being violent. So like it says why? I don't care why. Why is your problem? Ask yourself why are you in this situation where you have to be hiding from some nigger in your own country and community? Ask yourself why. I don't think it would be too hard to get there. Innit? You know what I mean? I don't think it would be too hard for you to find out why, innit? Why that's the situation. So yeah, it won't be too hard for you to figure out how you found yourself in this situation. You were led to believe you were superior. And what superior man hides? Go through any history of any empire or dynasty. They don't hide, blood. You clearly have made yourself a fool to the world. That you ain't superior. Out of everyone, you're the only one that can never make them claims anymore, fool. You know what I mean? You are inferior by its very definition.
Oh yeah. A warm welcome on what is a perfect day to watch football. I'm Guy Mowbray, and the former England forward Sue Smith.
So all of this was done to create frustration, to tensile test me, to stress test me, to the point of snapping and breaking and picking up a knife and going out there to stab some innocent member of the public. Because they're cowards. They're hiding. they wouldn't have got caught, and some Greater Manchester blue-eyed police would have come and arrested me and say, oh, you're being charged for the attempted murder of who the fuck ever. Simple as that. That's exactly how what they thought. Oh, this is England. Yeah, we know they're racist. You letting in black people in the country don't mean you are not racist. You need niggas. Because we are the driving force behind the community, you know what I mean? We are the hard workers. Check most of them, they have 19 jobs, bro. So this is a modded situation. Just watch this, yeah? One touch all the way off. Yeah? So somehow his keeper came and stood at the edge of the box without running. Yeah? Notice that the keeper didn't run. The keeper just stood at the edge of the box the whole time. Once you let Y go, the keeper is going to turn back in it. Yeah? Once you let Y go, the keeper is going to turn back. Notice the touch that he took was completely different to mine because my game's the one that's modded. Yeah? So look at watch this, yeah? I took the touch, look at his keeper. His keeper stood there the whole time, bro. Whole time. So he ran, he let it go. Yeah, I took the touch. Look, how did he get to that ball before me? Why was my touch so heavy? And watch the perfect touch. Yeah, watch the perfect touch. Yeah, watch the perfect. Just watch it. I don't even have to make it up. Watch it. Yeah, perfect touch. Perfect touch. Perfect touch. It's all modded because my touch was what's the word? Coincidentally bad, and his was coincidentally perfect. And I am the one with the better ball control and dribbling stats. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you see, keeper, his players jumping in the way. It can't be any more evident now. You can see his player diving into the way. So you have something in England that's called a removal. Yeah. So basically, you get locked up and you get removed from the country. Plain and simple. So they don't like what you're saying. They don't like what you're doing. How are they going to get you out of the country if you're not indeed a criminal? You're just making statements that they don't like. Obviously, stitch your clout up, innit? So this is millions of dollars over the years on the line, so remember that. And it makes no difference to the outcome or the end of the overall thing. Yeah. I mean, look, constantly just dribbling past the keeper. My keeper constantly diving in like a missile instead of spreading his body across the ball like the opponent did just before. Yeah, intercepting every single pass. It's clearly a modded. They're clearly a mod in the game, and the only way you can do that is to have access to the game and the game itself on the target device or the device itself. You can't just mod every game out there. You have to have the actual device. Yeah, but constantly, constantly. So you see three players running at me at once. You see the defenders tackling every ball. You see them constantly there. You see me can't outpace them. It's all a stitch up. Yeah, it's all a stitch up. You see me can't outpace them, can't pass the ball down the line. Blade shots that should obviously go in and go in for everybody else. Some miracle save or the defender just appear out of nowhere and block it. And you just see them walk past my players and no dramas, no problems. And then they do that little stupid gritty thing, thinking that they're good. They actually do that little stupid thing. So you can see both their dads and the kids think the same. Whether you want to say that's a hatred of you, your country and people, human prayer made it that way, innit? I mean, the good has to suffer for the bad, innit? That's what they always said. So whoever gave your team the authority to do that, created the problem, innit? Fix it. I mean, look, modded. Completely missed the game, bro. Completely missed the net. Look, he's always in space, always running through, completely modding, completely modded. Yeah, just watch it, just watch it. Yeah, yup. He could have gone to anywhere but that fucking clown. Yup, could have gone to anywhere but to the defender, bro. And you'll see when I take shots more often than not. Look at it. Yeah, that's Madison versus what I can't remember. What's that Portuguese kid got? Pereira. Pereira's got 1989 physical and be outpaced, out muscled by my fucking what's it called? By Madison, bro. So that's a blue-eyed white man versus a nigger. I tell you how racist these guys are, but like, well, guess what? They don't have to say it, and they've long said actions speak louder than words. Innit? That's what I was taught as a child. I don't know what they teach you, man, over here. Actions are worse than words, but always have been. So human action can never defeat my words, bro. Yeah, that. And that is the game, and that is where you're too dumb to realize that that was always what was happening around you. Actions speak louder than words, man. Nigga. Yeah, that is where you man always were going to lose. Y'all can only say I don't like white people. It's only something you can say. Can you prove it? I can definitely prove that white people don't like me. Can definitely prove that. Why? 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 You man decided to do something bad, and because you got exposed and you're getting caught and hunted for your dirty actions, you want to dislike me? Then fine, join the line, man. Nigga. You know what I mean, join the fucking line. Y'all pretend like slavery has long been abolished. Look, I'm telling you, completely modded, completely modded. You can see it's constantly. How do I come out of that game without leading this guy? Yeah, the keys keeper tackled his own player on the ball. What did the ball do? He somehow saved it. His own player ran into him, and he still saved it. It had no effect on him. So physics, yeah, would say, well, if you run into the keeper, you should knock the keeper's hand away, push the keeper away. It should have done something. Look, it did nothing. No application there at all. No application at all. No application. Just watch this. Where is it? 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 Yeah, is it that one? It was an end, didn't it? Yeah, yeah. So I got look at where his keeper is. Yeah, how how does he save that? Look, completely modded the game. Like that. His ass saved it. Blood. Why am I kicking the ball at him? So man, I out here scoring Trivellas from 19 fucking miles away, blood. Yeah, and I can't just curve the ball around the defender that's basically colliding. It's because they modded the game, blood. I don't care why. You won't have to ask why when I see you. You already know what it is, innit? Y'all niggas can hate me. Y'all white people can hate me. It's my life that was under threat, whether I like it or not, innit? If they want to hate me, I have no problem with it. Join the line, man. Join the fucking line. My life was under threat, and I'm sure I've seen what you man do when your lives are under threat. Trust me. And you man have no qualms about defending yourself with every fucking missile and bomb you have. I use anything I have at my disposal to. Plenty of people don't like Unu either. Did it stop them? Plenty of people don't like Unu either. It didn't stop Unu either, so I'm not letting that stop me. What the world thinks of me really matters not. Eh? If you're dead, it don't matter what they think of you anyway. It only matters if you're alive, innit? So I'd rather be alive and worry about what they think. Dead man can't worry, you know? And certainly, no next of kin of mine is collecting anything me compensation in my name. So she can go and fuck herself. You get to say that situation that she created for herself, it didn't work out well in the end, did it? She must have felt, why did she make that mistake? I mean, I'm gonna try to destroy me, brother. I'm never gonna be happy about that. Like, I will destroy you. So I'm just holding RB. I'm just holding RB. I'm just holding RB. I'm just holding RB. Through his legs. Through his legs. Through his legs. Completely muddied. Completely muddied. Completely. Look at him. Completely muddied. I tell you, say it always works out in their favor. Completely muddied. So I purposely stood still just to see. This is what the game is like. Stood still, yeah. So none of my midfielders would come back and help. They're all unbalanced. Everyone's unbalanced. Everyone's unbalanced. Look at the number 8. Look at him sliding, completely muddied. Look at him sliding, 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 sliding. Okay, cool. Now I thought, all right, let me go get the ball. Let me go get the ball. Completely muddied. Yeah, completely muddied. So you saw his legs going through. His legs. I'm not fighting with this game anyway. Innit? Fuck it, innit? Completely muddied, man. Like, and I go, oh, it's a visual glitch. Is that what you man are telling people? Yeah? Look, through his legs. Why couldn't I just kick the ball away? His arms in his mouth. Look at his arms in his face. Yeah? So you show that they purposely done that. Because he's not only going through the ball, he's going through his face. Coleman's off balance. Yeah? I touch the ball. Coleman's legs go through his own legs just to keep him balanced and get him back to where the ball was. Completely muddied. Yeah, one random touch. He somehow Coleman stood up like a brick wall. You know what I mean? Coleman stood up like a brick wall while my player couldn't get there. Coleman stood up like a fucking brick wall, blood. While you could see Varane doing this weird thing, and Coleman just stood still and get the ball and run and kick it in the back of the net. Completely muddied the game, bro. I say I can't do anything about the game, but you have to hide. You can't do anything about me hunting you either, pussy. I don't call that a fair trade, innit? Or you hurt me, you hurt me physically, but it is physically draining and painful. Yeah, completely muddied in the game. Like always goes back to them. Yeah, look, see, I'm telling you, just walking through my players, completely muddied. Back to him again, walking through my players, completely muddied the game. They're just walking through my players. My players are bouncing into them, and there's no effect. There's no them losing their balance, no nothing. They just stood still, carrying on straight, carrying on straight. You can't tell me that these guys that I'm playing would not have noticed that. That's weird. Why does that keep happening? Can't tell me that they would not have noticed that that is the case. So they're obviously a part of the system. Yeah. Look, they will not go to ground. These guys, players will not go to ground. But yeah, let's watch this. Before I can take the ball down, he's able to run. Look, before I can look, there you go. Before I can take the ball down, yeah, my animation when I chip the ball over the top, any sort of cross, if I cross it, it bounces off me. If I chip it over the top, it takes forever for the ball to make contact with my player for me to just run off with the ball. They slow down the animation, but while my animation is slowed down, their players are still playing at normal speed. So it's only my game that the mud affect. If you go into a game, any sort of first person shooter, anybody that's mud their games blood, has a humongous advantage. Yeah. So if my game is mudded, you only mod games to give advantage, you know, mod games to disadvantage yourself. And like I say, that is why they cannot come and arrest me because EA would 100% be drawn into the situation and EA would 100%, I won't even use the word deny. EA person with 100% explicitly say they did not do that. All their games are printed and coded at once. Every update is done at once for everybody. Somebody did that on purpose. And the moment the cunts who are investigating pop themselves up, no, them probably be burning paperwork and destroying pure documents. And there's nothing human can do about this. They probably be burning pure paper and pure documents. So they keep subliminally saying united, this united. So white people united, isn't it? It's a white people's union. So they unite in racism. So you have to ask questions. What are they teaching their kids behind closed doors? Because the kids aren't upset that, oh, if this was happening to them, they would hate it and they would be unhappy. Of course, their kids would be fucking unhappy. What exactly are they teaching the kids behind closed doors? I mean, questions has to be asked, you know? And they definitely don't want them questions to be asked. Questions has to be asked. Why are you man teaching your kids behind your doors? Because if your little kids were experiencing that, they would not be happy. And you know that. So the fact that you wouldn't do that to your own kids, why are you doing it to me? You played a game that you couldn't walk away from police boys, as simple as that. I won't let you walk away from it. What is the point of a military that can't be deployed now? Because usually you could run for your military and run and deploy British military and troops. Where are you going to deploy it to, no? So it shows that nobody has full power in this world. Bro. Because I was able to disable the whole system and put it on its back now. Where everybody in the city and town know who the fuck I am. In. First he said, oh, he was afraid, oh, he was this, oh, he was that. Now all of a sudden he's a genius. How many things is this guy? You get me? How many names and identities do I have? You know what I mean? How many faces do I have? That's why they can't come and arrest me. I've been sending threats for exactly around 12 months and about 3 weeks. Yeah, about 12 months and 3 weeks to be exact. And they ain't coming to say nothing. Plenty of men have been arrested for sending threats online during this last 12 months. Plenty, blood. Plenty. More than enough. So questions will always be asked to say, well, why were he arrested for what he said? Because what he's saying is true. Now use your kids in that courtroom as leverage, blood. And say if you man did that to your kids, they would fucking go mental. You don't want your see your kids in hospital, fucking being drugged up and tied. Oh, it's because I'm a nigger. And that's where the cookie crumbles, isn't it? That's where it all crumbles. So they explain yourself, innit? Okay, if you wouldn't do it to your poor little Jack and Tommy and whatever they called, isn't it? Why do you do it to him? Because it's certainly not it's not proportionate. It has to be a disproportionate situation because he's constantly conceding goals after goals, constantly moaning, constantly being violated by these messages. So it's obviously a disproportionate situation. So not only you're breaking the laws and the rules of engagement, you wouldn't do that to your own. So how is it not racism? Good luck, blood. I'm telling you, I've already known that you have been advised that you cannot let this kid see you. You can never let him catch you anywhere close to you because there's no way out for everybody. And it would look like what it is because they can't say, well, we told everybody that we think you're some form of threat. And then questions would have to be asked, well, what's the evidence that led to such a conclusion? And that is even where it gets worse. Everywhere you turn, it's a problem, blood. There's no solution for this issue, my jigger. Everywhere you turn, you man have a problem. As long as I can prove that you man wouldn't have done this to your own kids. You can't bring anybody in the British court to say, well, technically this happened to us as well, and it's not racism. Is you can't do that because you haven't done it to anybody else that is British. Because trust me, I would have heard it would have definitely been public all over the news. It definitely would have been all over the news. So it certainly never happened to anyone of you before. It's strictly reserved for foreign people. Strictly reserved. So that £1,000 I get a month off the dough, I think that's not even 10%, blood. I can keep that. I need my whole money for every game in the industry. Every game I play, I'm gonna need all that money, blood. Every single competition. Mortal Kombat, COD, every esports competition where I actually play the game. I want all my money, blood. I want all of it. Every single penny, blood. I don't owe you man no favors. You man gave me no favors. I mean, you man gave me no favors, blood. None. I was not treated fairly. I was not treated like a human being. I was shown no love. Delta. Everybody abandoned me, blood. Trust me, I want all my money, blood. Every last red cent. And there's a reason why they said copper is red blood. Copper is a conductor by its very nature. You hear that? Orchestrator, you hear that? Mastermind. Yeah, there's a reason why copper is red blood. It's important. The very color is important. You hear that? I mean, I'm telling you, you cannot escape from the red syndrome blood. The blue team, I mean, nobody drinks salt water blood, and the only blue thing in this world to that abundance is the ocean. Is or the sky. Not even the ocean, because apparently the ocean is clear. The sky. And the sky is useless. It's just there, isn't it? The world can survive without the sky. We've got the ozone layer and all that, innit? We have the atmosphere. So we don't technically need the sky. The sky is just some sort of reflective force that works similar to how a flashlight is made. It's some sort of reflective force, so it really serves no purpose. So the deepest of the blues that you have is a useless mechanic. Get away from the red, innit? And see. You never get away from it. Yeah, look, say the same in everything, blood. It's completely mudded, blood. Yo, the keepers, the keeper movement that I see, blood, is madness, blood. Like, completely mudded the game. And a copper, blood, yeah, yeah. Most useful substance about here, yeah. There'll be no electric, no computers, no nothing without that, yeah. Electronic god youth. I mean, it's called a conductor for a reason because without it, shit wouldn't work right, yeah. It must be sicker of the lines, isn't it? That's funny. It must be fucking sicker of the lines. That's how red, that's how fucking, that's how fucking, what you call it? That's how important the color red is, but that none of this world would be possible without the color red, but we could do without blue all day, but there's rivers, streams, ponds, springs. I mean, the most important thing that blue, significant blue, is the sky blue. Then anything that naturally is blue. You have more red variation of flowers and animals than you have blue. You hear that? Red is the most significant color in this world. Anything that has any use and is the core of our society is red. That's why you find human beings like me rare, innit? And that's why there's a lot of you, innit? Because we're not useless. Nobody cares about the normal shit, bro. The only people you see on TV is the rare ones. Rare intelligence, rare physique, rare anatomy, where analogy, where rare intellect. I mean, what is the most expensive things in this world are rare blood. So the fabric, what's it called? The Fabergé egg, the most rarest jewelry on the planet. I mean, things that are a dime a dozen, and a lot of them are useless. But I sat there watching you useless men thinking you can tackle me. But I mean, one in a fucking lifetime individual, bro. Yeah, that. Once, not even a generation, once in a lifetime, bro. I mean, yeah, that. Once in a lifetime, pussy. All wrapped up in the blood clot image of a goddamn demon. That's so funny. Hey, tells you a lot about me. You man are a dime a dozen, bro. You man are worthless. You man are nothing like but memory cards and phone chips. You man are mobile phones. Everywhere you turn, you see you, man. Blood. You know what I mean? You rarely see me. You get my value is exponential around here. You get that? Yeah, level of arrogance. You hear that? Bad mind pussy. Level of arrogance, the face, treachery. That's why there's so many of them. That's why I thought, oh, you have no support. Like, I don't need support, you get me? You notice rare things always come in hostile areas. You never notice that? The rarest of things are found in hostile areas. I mean, places where you don't expect to see them or they shouldn't survive or it shouldn't be possible. That's what rarity means. But go, they found, what's it called, volcano sharks. There shouldn't be any volcano, but what are they? They're rare. People only care about the shit that they don't see all the time. You get me? Nobody gives a fuck about you, man. I thought you better hate us, man. Chicken. The only thing rare about you, man, is your steak. You get me? And probably the chicken. That's the only thing rare about you, man. But yeah, they go fully modded, blood. I'm telling you, they're jealous, blood. Jealous guys. I rub it in your face, you pussy till they die, batsy, boy. Till they are fucking die, I rub it in your face. You man, I hate us by very definition. You man, a dime a dozen, blood. Everywhere you go, you can find people like you. You'll never find another me, yeah. Nowhere in history. Never before seen in history. And not for another 1,002 years, yeah. I mean, not for another 1,002 years we find somebody like me. I'm showing them man some level of arrogance around there. I mean, your stomach can't stand it, blood. You see what I mean, blood? Like it's clearly muddied, blood. How did they not kick that ball in the net, blood? Clearly muddied as day, blood. I said EA could be mad to do that, blood. Like, they'd be mad to put that in the game. What more do you need to do to break an opponent down, innit? Why? What more would you need to do to break the opponent down? Look at the defending, blood. Like, what more do you need to do to break a fucking opponent down, blood? I say, I can always make the accusation of racism. I can always prove that because thinking the way my brain works, trust me, it'll be the easiest thing to prove. You can't find one other British person. Racism don't only mean black and white and Asian or whatever. It means you hate foreigners. Because what's it called? Nepotism is a form of racism. So either way you take it, you're gonna screw pussy. And I say you're the one that has to come out and justify your actions, not me. I can say my action is a result or a reaction. But to come to the conclusion that somebody muddied your game, you won't just jump up and believe that. Like, it will take a lot to happen for you to come to that conclusion. You won't just make that up. Because what would you get out of making such a lie up? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep it was the fucking other way, but yeah, bounces off her back straight to him. Let's watch it. Let's watch Ali Watkins. Let's watch Ali Watkins. He's press LB, send Ali Watkins on a run. Yeah, don't let him turn back. Don't let him turn back. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right behind the player's back. I mean, look at the space that he's getting. He's not creating that space. It's being gifted to him. Yeah, completely gifted to him. Offside. Fucking hell. So he completely mudded, brother. Every time I get a chance to run at the keeper, I'm offside. Every single time. I say, you're the one that's in a situation. Trust me, not me. I'm looking at millions of dollars. You man are trying to figure out how to ensure never get my hands on that money. Yeah, but you better have a tough job, not me. But you're the ones with the harder job here. You're one of the one. You know, I can't tell the last time I got to a penalty. I really can't tell the last time I've got even got a penalty in game or got to penalty shootout with anyone. I can't tell the last time. That is more rare than fucking diamonds, but a penalty for me is like the Fabergé egg, blood. Rare as shit, blood. Look at it, yeah? Just watch this, just watch this. He's going through the middle. I'm sending him my RB. They modded my RB. They completely modded it. It's useless. It doesn't tackle anybody. Look, can't control the ball. Ball bounces up to him. Bounces back. Perfect pass all the way through. All the way through. Yeah, my RB is completely rigged. It does nothing. Yeah. Perfect tackle for him. Perfect tackle. So I'm running back so it doesn't get in the middle. Running back so it doesn't get in the middle. Running back so it doesn't get in the middle. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So my IB is useless, but useless button. Yeah, I might as well pull it out of my fucking controller. Yeah. Somehow can't get through the simple space there. Yeah. Ball passes me back to him through the middle, turn him through the center there, over his head. How long before I control it? Turn him back there. Some reason balls fall flat. Can't move. But watch this now. Last minute goal, win the game. Just watch it. Last minute goal to win the game. Last minute goal. Last minute goal to win the game. I can't tell the last time I got a penalty in game or I even got to a penalty shootout. I'm usually conceding 10 a game, bro. Completely modded the game, rigged the game. So I'm gonna kick it to the right, yeah? Yeah. Okay. He's going to the middle. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna do it dead fast. Yeah, he knows everywhere I'm going for some strange reason. Everywhere I'm going, he knows. Middle, yeah. Everywhere I'm going, he seems to know exactly where I'm going. Just kicking it randomly, anywhere. It doesn't really matter. I can't tell the last time I've got to a penalty. Never mind saving one, but yeah. Can't tell the last time, but yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Can't tell the last time. There you go. Until the last time I've got there, blood, and this guy's a Superman. He knows everywhere I'm kicking the ball for some odd reason. I guess if you were sat there watching someone screen while you're playing the game, you would know where he's gonna kick his penalties, isn't it? That's how I would know. JP Law. Why JP Law? Is that some form of solicitors in England? JP Law. Slamete FC. I'm sure that's some Jewish name. Yeah, I'm very sure of it. Very sure that's a Jewish name. Slamete. Very sure. Slamete. Slamete. Indonesia. Slamet. Indonesia. Stratovolcano. What the hell is that? Global Volcanism Program. Mount Salem. That's what is that. Where's that? Mount Salem. Is that Israel? Isn't it? So some shit like that. So JP Law. See what that JP Law. This guy some solicitor. JP Law. Two Burton Place, Manchester, M15, M15. M15. I mean, where's M15? M15. That's like Hume, innit? Bridgewater Canal, yeah, it's like the back of Hume there, innit? Why am I playing some solicitor? That's strange. I mean, I've never seen that before. Yeah, I've never seen that before, but you can see the situation. I'm supposed to try my hardest. I mean, for what for? For rank what? For 2 wins am I a fool? Why should I try my hardest for that? Who does that? I mean, am I an idiot? Look, 5 games. eh? The other day, yesterday, I played around 12 games in 4 hours and I only won 1 game per hour. Took me 4 hours to win 4 games. So that's a game an hour. So you can imagine, you play 4 games an hour, 15 minutes max each game. 4 times 15 is 60. Yeah, so that's 60 minutes, 1 hour. So I win 1 game every 4 games. You get me? 1 game every hour. So somebody's clearly trying to fatigue me and cause restlessness, cause anxiety, cause heart palpitation, cause distress. You know what I mean? Cause frustration, cause every type of um, emotional and psychological damage as humanly possible. White black people did not invent psychology, neither did Asians. Very sure of that. Neither Asians or black people created created psychology, you know. So human were looking for allies. How does it work out now? Look what Israel is doing to Palestine. You see, human are fools by the very definition. Man have to denounce Israel, innit? Fucked, you know. And our alliance is falling apart by the wayside. Man. There you go, straight to his foot. Neymar is not a defensive player. And look at the level of tackling that Neymar just produced. Ball right through him, ball back to him. Look at I go, I'm gonna take the ball out just to show it, just to show proof. Neymar then, look at the level of tackling Neymar just did. You would swear that was Kempembe or Van Dijk a minute ago. Look at where he is. Snatches the ball like I weren't even there, blood. And if you look closely, because guess what? It's meant to be undetectable, like not easily seen, not easily noticed. I told you, EA is not with you, man, brother. I think you joke. Look, EA is clearly not with you because they put pause in the middle of the game. Yeah, put through his legs. Yeah, through his legs clearly muddied the game for that to happen. EA is not with you, man, brother. I told you. I'm tired of telling you. Man. You man might look like they say, well, some people have morals, but integrity. Yeah, you man are clearly on your own on this one, bro. It's all England by itself, isn't it? History is a bastard of a thing, you know. He's an absolute bastard pursuer. You cannot win. They clearly muddied the game, but like I said, you money to this country is no problem. So if money is no issue to you, man, why would I settle for mere compensation? It means nothing. You man have unlimited money. You man have the strongest currency in the world when you think about it. So money is no real drama to you, man. Why would I allow you, man, to just come and pay me off as a result? Because I want to know what you were trying to achieve. I already know. I just want to hear you say it. Innit? And then in turn, creating a monster You claim that was just through your admittance. I mean, just through admitting it. You thought you man were smart. I teach you, innit? I teach you man how the world really is. We'll teach you now. Listen for it. I like it, man. Yeah, look, constantly bounces off me. Back to him. Nobody there for it to bounce off him. He's out. Their players got ultimate ball control. They can run left, run right. That fucking pace. He has put some new thing in the game that allows them to move at pace. But yeah, and I can't seem to react with them. I can't make a decisive tackle. I mean, can't see. Look, I just ball rolled away from Neymar. And it's as if I didn't do it, blood. He was immediately back in front of me. Look, bam, 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 bam. Immediately back in front of me. I can't even dribble past the players without and get past them. Yeah? As soon as I get past them, they somehow are right back where we started. Like no progress on the pitch at all. Yep. Yeah. 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 Look, it's constantly going back to. But the Marcus just keep getting the ball and keep giving it back to the opponent. The amount of time it happened, yeah, he just kept on getting the ball and just kept on. He's just mimicking, looking like, oh, my players are defending and tackling. Well, I give it back to them immediately. Look, I give it back to them immediately, blood. Every time he gets the ball, there's nowhere to pass the ball, and he just gives it up, gives the pass up, end up chasing it two, three times back to back, then it ends up back into the opponent's half, and then after about two, three times, they end up scoring. Look, there you go. Every time he gets the ball, it fucking goes back to them, blood. Like every time, over the top, yeah, every time. So I'm on. This is my fifth game. I've got 4 games to qualify, so we already know where that's going. Innit? And nigga, trust me, you're going to hide for the rest of your life in this bitch pussy. Well, I might cry today, but trust me, your people are the ones that will cry in the long term. Innit? I'll settle for that, innit? Trust me, I will. Yeah, look straight back to you. Constantly going back to you. Constantly. I say, who can spot the difference when I'm shit at the game and when the game screw me over? I'd like to see the expert that can come up with that. Which is when is it? When is it me being shit or when is the game fucking me over? Yeah, when is it me being shit and the game fucking me over? It's how do you measure someone's quality without fairness, innit? No, ball bounces up me. It's like a fucking hammer blood. Look, I knocked him. He lost control, but I knocked him. And he was somewhat able to recover before I did and turn and shoot perfectly and so accurately from that distance. And you would have seen me a million times missing from the 6 yard box. But yeah, look, constantly saving. You'd see me miss a million times from the 6 yard box. But he could fucking do all of that and come off with a shot and get it in the back of the net with pinpoint accuracy. Pinpoint. Look at this game, bro. Look at this game. Yeah, chew his legs again. It's 5 minutes. There's no point pressing thing, you know. But bounces off me. Back to him. Slide tackle. Why is that foul? He gets up immediately. Bang, he took the shot. Look how fast this kid's getting up off the ground, bro. So I can't even break the play up. I can't even get mad and kick the guy down, blood. He just gets up like nothing happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, what's that? Free then? Yeah. Yeah. Look, Damarcus again. The guy just losing the ball every single time, blood. I don't care about whether a player is good or not in it. Like, I don't really think that should have any sort of significance on the game, blood. You should just be able to pass the ball with even a bronze player, but or they wouldn't be in the game. So just like with Neymar, you're gonna find the same hyper tackling. So they got that thing called hyper motion. That's why you're seeing the players starting to get the ball or the AI doing it. It's really the AI that triggers the whole hyper motion thing. But here is them cancelling out my controller. So I got it, yeah. So you can see, look at the picture. This is what I'm facing. Only one person, not even a striker. Yeah. Step over. Alright, look at it, step over. Yeah. Step over. And if you look close enough, through the ball. And if you look there again, through his legs, through the ball. And they run off with the ball. Uh, Compensation won't calm this problem that human are facing. You have too much money for the compensation to be a problem to human, and that's how my brain works. You taking money on people who don't have money means something because guess what? They'll regret their actions. When you have too much money, it means nothing. I mean, it meant nothing. Yeah, look, this concern, I cannot get the ball past with anybody on them wing, but they're trying to farm it through the middle because they've got the defense set on very high, so they're trying to farm it through the center of the pitch. Offside, is it? Yeah, fuck off. They're literally trying to farm it through the center, but so who is this? Rodrigo versus Militao. Nobody going forward, nobody there to help him. Alright, come on. Yeah, straight to him. Yeah. I say, when is it my fault and when is it the game's fault? I say, money won't stop this from me from hunting you, but country has too much money for it to be an issue to anyone. Unless you're paying it out of your fucking pocket. I mean, I want your house, I want your car, I want everyone, I want your whole family to suffer, but every last one involved. I mean, and trust me, I know that's very unreasonable. But is it? Because I think you try to kill me through proxy, but so it's as reasonable as it needs to be. As reasonable as the task. Since I am Hercules, you know? I'm fucking Hercules, but look, can't stop this kid. Look, bro, I'm so simple for him. I'm not killing up myself over that, but all you man have done is expose the white selves as what you actually are and what you man really do behind closed doors. So all you man have managed to accomplish it and it's being exposed. You'll end up with no allies at the end of this one, bro. Trust me. 'Cause all minorities are gonna find out about this country in particular when I'm done with it. Nobody's gonna want to be an ally with you. Everybody's gonna. So you can clearly see, look at this, yeah, yeah, clearly modded in there for you. I say, you man, this country has too much money. The British government makes what, billions of dollars a year. But, I mean, like, there's no significant compensation is going to be granted to me that will let you people regret what you do. You know? So money won't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but I can tell you that. Trust me. You guys actually modded my game to do all of this. And what if I weren't the person I was? What if I never figured it out? You know what I mean? What if I never figured it out? Where would that have left me? You get me? Innit? I said, what if I never figured it out? Where would that have left me? Toiling and toiling and toiling, being frustrated, being angered, being vexed, day after day. My heart would have fucking exploded at some point. But at some point, my heart would have exploded. Innit? So this woman called Delta, I tell her every day what's going on. And she claimed to be my mother and she's never tried to help me once. So she clearly ain't my mother. She's clearly involved in some form of human trafficking where she's trying to, they're all hoping for the witness to die. You know? I mean, they're clearly waiting for the witness to die. You know? I mean, so if I've got to attack her with a lower down here and attack her, you know, sure, that court case would be quite complicated in the grand scheme of things. Quite complicated. So this kid feel like he's top man in it. I mean, so see, they are very arrogant themselves, isn't it? So I'm not stubborn. I'm gonna be as arrogant. I know that you might not even as good as me, but we're just as arrogant as you, cunts, because that's clearly arrogancy, you know? Clearly arrogancy. More of your sons and daughters cry daily than I do. You get me? So that be all. Any day I cry, I'll put up your kids crying too. You know? We can all cry together, pussy. We can all cry together. Anytime I ever shed a tear over this situation. I put every screen I have in this house of little white kids from Britain crying, but I mean, so you all can sit there and watch me with your surveillance camera crying and them crying too, and see who you feel sorry for, innit? I already know who you'd feel sorry for. We don't have a doubt in that. Yeah, my demons don't doubt that in for a second, but any day you see me shed a tears out of frustration, I'll put pure your kids' faces on them online, but we all sit here and cry with them, innit? So all black save. Yeah, little passes it to him. So for some reason I'm a moron because I've got him straight to the middle and I've got him there. Where does he pass it? As you can see that player there, where does he pass it? Straight to this guy out of nowhere, blood. Very explosive tackle, bang. Yeah. So watch this. He turns through his legs, prongs up the ball for him, saved it. Alright, cool. Watch this now. Yeah. That player isn't even fast. I look at my two players, both of them run past him. Look at the situation in the middle. Bang. Yeah, okay, cool. I watch the same thing again. Neymar outrunning everybody. perfectly weighted behind him, over the top. And what's this blank? This is me having a go. Yeah, it's the post. I mean, level of frustration there. That would have been 2-1. He comes and hits the post immediately later, over the top. Victor Boniface, this is the worst one I had a lot in it. Yeah, so bang, right, yeah. How? Look at it. How? Look at it, yeah. Bang, he turns, pinpoint accuracy. This is Courtois now. So you saw what with that, yeah? Bang, yeah. Big save. I mean, so Courtois again, there you go again, another save. Yeah, all across there. Yeah, yeah. So you can see the space there. Yeah, somehow Courtois came across. Victor Boniface again. Yeah, perfect. Over the top. So simple for him. But it's so good. And I'm so shit. Yeah, bang. Yeah, so it was meant to be undetectable, innit? Yeah, but EA somehow put instant replay in the game to ensure that I can use it during the match. Yeah, they don't like human either, but trust me. I promise you that. They're ensuring that they're not the one that gets the blame. Because it would have been going on for so long. And human would have to have contacted him at some point and say, this is the situation and this is what we're doing and why you're doing it. And they clearly don't agree. It's just not their business, not their country, it's not nothing to do with them. More than human are using their technology to do that. So they clearly don't agree. It's quite obvious. So I'll lower one of you pussies out of the dark, and trust me, I'm attacking you, bro. 100% in front of the whole world. And you'd have to restrain me, feet and arm bounded, strapped to some form of trolley for the rest of my existence. But let's see if you can get away with doing that, innit? Let's see. I don't think you man are too confident on that outcome either. Because I'm sure you man have gone to other people with the idea. And they say we can't do that. Very sure of it. All you're doing is going around highlighting yourself as a responsible party. Everywhere you go with the suggestion of what to do, people now know that it's human, and everything I'm saying is directed at human. Told you, man, are smart, bloody. You're the dumbest guys out there. The team isn't clever because the simple shit I do, you man go and expose your own self in the belief that you're defending yourself. You're only putting a face to the threats that I'm sending. Yeah, so we're down to if I lose any of these games, guess what? No qualification. Got to play 19 million games over the weekend. And the truth is, I'm going to play it because I'm not going to let them get away with saying I didn't play the weekend league. So I'll play all the games. I don't care. What's that? 6 game played and not one win. So you can hear the sarcasm. You can hear him say, "Oh, it's perfect playing conditions." You can hear the sarcastic remarks that the game's made. So EA just put that in the game, yeah, because that's things what people say in real life. But in my context, it's sarcastic. I mean, I can't go and complain to why EA are making these critical comments. They've got critical comments in the game because what do you call them? Commentators do make critical comments, but these man know that these comments are in the game and stitch the games up for that reason to have them say these critical things. They can't say it to my face, so they use the technology to do it for them. Like cowards, too. No, let's just driving through the team. Obviously, we know what happens here. I already know what happens in this one. Yeah, straight to him. And for some reason, my trainer don't seem to want to wear. I like to play with my trainer, but my trainer don't seem to be on in this game for some odd reason. So yeah, straight to it. I said the day you see me crying, and your country see me crying, I'll Google little British kids crying. So when you're watching me crying, you gotta watch them too, bitch. You don't know who you fucking with, pussy. Simple as that. You all have to sit and cry. Just like Israel bombed the Palestinians and don't feel nothing for them. Eh? They only talk about their kids crying. So trust me, I get you man to feel just the same that way, innit? I put in your kids crying. I make sure their eyes is as blue as the fucking ocean, pussy. Now watch this, yeah. So that's it, justice. Saliba, can't seem to pass the ball. So the special operations unit, whether they're in the military or police, really doesn't matter. This is what they plotted behind closed doors to set up. Yeah, look at the tackling, blood. You know what I mean? They all plotted. The special operations unit all set this all up because frustration would lead to violence, as you saw with that guy who got very sorry for him murdered his little boys and that. I ain't got no problem with them, man. I got a problem with you, man, over here. Plain and simple, innit? Not hiding it. Well, I don't know what was done to him, but he ended up murder his kid out of frustration. Yeah, I don't know what more I need to do in front of that net. I can't go any closer to the net than for just to kick the ball into the net. And these men are kicking the ball between three, four players plus the keeper on top of it and scoring. I can't score from literally the 6 yard box, but literally. Back to it. My player runs through his legs, allows him to get the ball there. Same thing again. Yeah, same thing again. Mm. So Demarcus keeps winning the ball and keeps giving it away. Yeah, keeps winning, keeps giving it away. That's all he does. He just wins the ball and gives it back to them until they eventually kick the ball in the net and it resets and we do it all over again. Yeah, yeah, okay. Every time I get the ball, it's offside. Perfect touch. Perfect touch. He's cutting back. Over his head. For some reason, Varan decided that he's on strike and doesn't need to jump for the ball. Even though he's taller than whoever the fuck that was, he was out jumped by him. Yeah. Yo, you're gonna see the goal like he scored, bro. You see it, innit? I kicked the ball through three people, the two defenders and the keeper. And I can't get a simple shot off to just beat the keeper, bro. I can't just get a simple fucking shot off to beat the keeper, bro. Back to him. Through the centre, Mendy wins every fucking thing. Perfectly. No, just right around him, right around him. Okay, okay. Through the centre, no. Yep, yeah, okay. Yeah. Perfectly timed to give him the rebound. Misplaced the pass. Perfectly time for him to just get an easy goal. DeMarcus constantly loses control of the ball. Ball pretty much disconnects from him every single time he tries to pass it. Oh yeah, two goals in a matter of seconds, but because one goal wasn't enough for him to beat me, so then sure he got two this time. And I can't get away from Mendy. I can't outplay Mendy. I can't dribble past Mendy. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with that Mendy, but I cannot dribble past him for nothing. Cannot dribble past him, cannot pass it around him. I've tried every way of getting around the player, and Mendy seems to constantly gets that ball. Constantly gets the ball. Yeah, so look at my player passing it behind his teammate, passing it behind his teammate. Yeah, somehow some super block again. Some super block again. You can see it's just block after block. I said there's no amount of money you man could issue out that would change the outcome of it. I don't know how you're gonna work that out with each other. Really don't. I don't know how you're gonna work that out with each other. Yeah, so yeah, blocked, save. I mean, like, what more do I need to do? So that's the last game on, so might as well leave him in. Yeah, there's no point doing that. Rodrigo, I push Keane out wide. Man, for some reason, AI is running away from the ball. I wasn't even controlling that player then. He just put the thing over his head, but I wasn't controlling. Immediately he's able to catch me back after running away. The ball is bouncing off his foot right through the center for him. Yeah, he's somehow pushing me off the ball. Simple pass for him. Oh, he saved it. Back there. Run down the line. In behind, no, straight to him instead of around him. And none of his passes, none of his balls through the middle have hit my players. Not once. Not once have you seen him pass one ball and it hit me. Every single pass has been blocked by him, but you would never see one of them go to the corner for him. Immediately the AI is onto me. Immediately. 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 Yep. He's the best player in the world at 6 and 4. I'm coming up with these level of players where you just can't tackle. Yep, that's the one. The offside? Offside, fuck you. That's funny. Bounces off me, back to him. Okay, cool. Through the center. Right back to him. Nope, I don't need the ball. He gives it back to me. Cool, and no watch this. So down the line. Through the middle. Down the line. Through the middle. There, back to him. Over the top. No, players run some random direction. Through my legs. Through my legs. Okay, and through the center for her. Ball roll. Center, no. Kempembe became a fucking wrestler. Ball bounces off me, goes back to him. Yeah, ball bounces off me, goes back to him. Uh, Ball bounces off Kempembe is just annihilating players, but like just completely annihilating players. just body checking all my players all the time and no fouls, no repercussion, nothing. Straight through the centre for him. Ball back to out there, back to the middle. He blocked off my player, so my player couldn't run down the line. Okay, through the centre now. Off fucking side. Ugh. So I'm looking for a campaign base, but that's it, that's it. So, alright, so I'm obviously not an invalid, just watch this, yeah. So she takes touch, she won't touch the ball, she won't touch the ball, she won't touch the ball. Yeah, so you can see, watch this, yeah, and it doesn't affect him, he just keeps going. It doesn't affect him at all. I mean, it doesn't affect the game at all, like, it just keeps playing. Uh, yeah, fuck off. Uh, watch this, fucking offside again, but that's funny. The amount of offside I've got in this whole, what, in this 5.5 hours is crazy. If you watch the game, none of his players are ever offside. You don't control if they're offside or not. The AI does that itself. So there's some reason why my players I don't have mines that get in or get behind. It's all on balance. So if it's on balance, why they're still not going offside? That's one random shit. The Marcus again. Should get around him. Okay. Turn him back through the center. I'm waiting for some sort of help. Nope. Yeah, perfect to him. No inside. Was it? No issue. Just running through one fucking pass up into a second pass. My player take out each other. Okay, whatever. I mean, one fucking pass, but one goddamn pass. Yeah. So me, you can see the clear space there. Look where the player passed it. Look where I am. Look where he passed it. Yeah. So this is where I am in that green patch. He passed it right to the defender. And then if you look, just look there. One random pass. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. One random pass all the way through there. And then this is my keeper and Edel Militao. That's the AI, that's not me. Takes out Edel Militao. Yeah. You can only get mad over something for so long, but it's the principle of why I do what I do at the end of this. It is the principle. You can only get mad for something the same thing over and over. Yeah. Okay. It's pointless at this point. It's pointless. Yeah, look, they're just running into me, bro. They're not even tackling, they're just running into me. That's all they have to do, is just run into me and they somehow get the ball. It's fucking 582 minutes in the game. Pointless scoring that, innit? No donkey. Yeah, alright, back to him. Okay, back to him again. Okay. Yeah, perfect through the centre. He just didn't want to pass it there. He could have more than passed it. Yeah, back to him. He could have more than passed it. He chose not to pass it because he knows what's going on there. I don't want to score a fuck off. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Perfectly bounced right back to him. Innit? So you see, every time the 50-50 tackle, it goes right back to them, Bill, all the time. You can only get mad for so long, innit? So at this point, it's just the principle of what you man did. Oh, I will attack you. I'm not scared to say. But what difference? I'm going to do it publicly anyway. I catch it anyway. So saying it now and then really makes no difference to the outcome. I don't think premeditated is worthy there of saying. Be on camera and anywhere you are. Simple as that. I ain't hiding. So, so he could have more than passed the ball. He chose not to pass the ball. Yeah. So he could have more than give it to him there. As I'm telling you, so they do this at these points of the game. Yeah, they stop passing the ball through. Because look at it, like look at the situation there. The moment, yeah, look at it, one touch there, yeah, one touch, yeah, one touch. You could have more than passed the ball. They always do this at this point of the game, where they stop passing the ball to the players and just start kicking these random shots. So look at it, look at the situation there. Yeah? When he actually kicked the ball at that point he could have passed the ball. Yeah, whoever that is Depay or Son, he's in clear space to give it to. And look at the situation there now, yeah, yeah, and look at the fucking player, bro. So look at where the ball is, and tell me what Eliminator is actually doing. So this shot was taken from all the way here, right in front of him, basically right in front of him, and he's using his right foot. Yeah, that's it. That's Eliminator. Huh? I don't really understand what's going on there. That's the AI's decision. I say it's also principle. There's no point getting mad now. I know what's going on. Really, there's no point getting mad. Took it a minute. T because save. Yeah. Anybody else would have slammed that in the top of the net there, in the roof of the net. Bellingham. Yeah. So I jumped over his head. You can see who the fuck is that around there? Like, look at the fucking game, bro. Like, I don't want to see him after that, bro. How do you end up like that, bro? I mean, yeah. I'd like to know how they end up like that. That's the AI. That's not nothing to do with me. This is all going on in the background of the fucking game, bro. Yeah, all of that. So I don't know. So I don't know why Royce would be so strong to flip fucking veranda. It's about 6 foot three over on his head like that, bro. Like crazy, bro. Yeah, and then if we can get to this bit, knocked it out, jump into the even touch me, yeah, jumped him. The ball goes right back to where he was. Both of my players are on the floor. Okay, right back to where he was. And then Bellingham. Yep, absolutely tossed him aside. Look at the position of the keeper. Where is the keeper going? Yeah, look at the keeper. Look at the situation now. I've already got a man on the side of the post, so what's the keeper doing there? And look at the player's leg. Uh, Another weekend I haven't qualified for a weekend league. There's no point getting upset now. It's just the principle of what you man have done. We'll attack it. I'm very serious. I will. Right in front of the whole world, I won't hide it. Do it in front of your faces, but there's no point carrying on now, so I might as well end playoffs because you can see the situation now. Might as well. Seven, bro. Lost 7 games in a row in the playoff. You know what I mean? So some little old white pussy because his life has gone down the line and has gone nowhere, yeah, more than being subjected to the government and the government's will. He decided that he can't do any more with his life, so I've got to my 30s, and this has been going on since 2014 or 13. Yeah, they've been doing it for years. It's not nothing new. So because this old white blue fucking blue-eyed pussy has got to the end of his line, and they know once they hit there, that's it. It's game over if you've not made it already. He's deciding that I shouldn't get anywhere in. Because I'll go and show you who they say is the best FIFA player in the world, innit? I'll go and show you, innit? So is this racism? Is this jealousy? I'll leave it up to anybody that sees this video to decide. I'll leave it up to you, man, to decide, bro. I'll leave it up to you, man, to decide. I say it's pointless getting upset. It's already gone the way it's gone. Can only look forward to our future actions. I mean, can only look forward to my future actions, but as simple as that. So let's see who is considered the best players in the world. And this might be motive for this specific thing. Out of everything that they've done, um, I think this has a lot to do with FIFA player. You know what I mean? Well, they've done a lot of things, but I think this one is the main reason for this specific attack. So best FIFA player, best e-sport, FIFA player. Okay, so that's one of them. So Donovan Hunt. Okay, Donovan Hunt. Text. So you see, here are some of the best players in esports. So number one, Donovan Hunt. Text. British-born FIFA player. He's a member of the esports fanatic. Nicholas Villaba. Nicholas 99. Mossad Azuri. Uma Gulteken. That sounds like a Turkish name. Nicholas Razik. German sports. So I ain't seen no niggas there. I mean, so here's one. Yeah, this one is British. That one's British. Global series. So this is another one. That's another one. I think that's Missouri or whatever it's called. So these men have completely ruined it all for me because I know the shit I've said they're not gonna want. They're gonna use it against me. I already know that. So these man, like I say, I'm past upset. You know I have to do it. You know, there's no choice. You've basically ruined everything, so you can't get away with it regardless. And the fact that this is Britain's best FIFA player, and let us Google his eyes. Let us see. Let's see if we can find a good picture of this one. Innit? I need to make a point out of this specific one. Specific, so you can see it's just them two. It's only Europeans who dominated. I ain't seen one black face out there, you get me? Not even a gollywog. I ain't seen fucking one. I ain't not even a gollywog, my nigga. So it does seem like somebody's out going out of their way to ensure that niggas don't get in this doorway, you get me? I guess because they dominate real life sports, they can't afford to have it virtually. So it's just these two, man, there's Asians and white people. Bro. And I find it very suspicious that they're telling me out of millions of black players that play the game, We don't have one of them, not one blood. I mean, there probably will be some mixed race lad, because obviously they're half white. So there probably will be some. So is this one? Oh no, there's some kind of Asian kid. Yeah. Is this one? Oh, thank God. Is this a black guy? Yeah. Here's one. Fuck it then. DG Zin Lukupida Volataran. I don't know who he is. Never heard of him. I mean, never heard of him. At least I can follow this kid and live vicariously. Go on, lad, innit? Where is he from? Keebins D Zin Valorant. There's some Asian people. What's this gonna do? That's all. It's like that, yeah. Mm, it's like that, innit? What you say? It is what it is, but um, it is what it is. I don't care about how deep that prison cellar hole is, blood, but I ain't letting you get away with that. You and your team, to be specific. You led your team into battle. I mean, mm, you led your team into battle. It's what it is, isn't it? Liquipedia. I don't know what kind of name is that. Liquipedia. Level is always crazy, but I call you a few mixed race youths, but that doesn't count. So we got all these gunmen out here, you know what I mean? All these gunmen and that. Mm, so all these gunmen and that. G2 Esports, Sister Kellogg's, Wasim. Some Asian boy, isn't it? Wasim. That's how it is. I say team, you know how it is, and see, I don't like these indirect threats. So it's on, bitch. You know what I mean? I promise you, it's on. I mean, gonna bring it all down on the head, bro. Promise you, it's on, pussy. So, mm, it's on, innit? It must be fun to enjoy life, innit? It must be a fun thing. Hmm? It must be fun to enjoy life. Man. So you can see, finals, not qualified. 7 points out of 10 games. That's 1 point a game. 7 games. Yeah, here's my nigga. Sit here and look at these man enjoy the fruits of their labor, you know. Should enjoy the fruits of their labor. But these aren't even FIFA. These are some random things in it. League of Legends and that. Mm, Must be nice to have your talents get his way, get to in life. Must be nice. But I ain't upset. Past the stage of being angry and trust me, I'm a bit quite violent, but quite violent towards him, man. But I'll never stop. Once it goes off, and that's it. I ain't stopping, but I either die or end up in prison for the rest of my life. It's not a third option for anybody involved there. It was never meant to. No, it was meant to be undetectable. I was just meant to cry, you know. I'm crying on the inside. Don't you worry, but a lot of pain and tears. Yeah, no point turning back now because it doesn't matter how it plays out. It won't change. I won't change it. Make sure to make it worse as the day goes on. But I did nothing and it was already done. But I'm gonna justify it for you. You know? Trust me, I'm gonna justify it for you. For sure. Justify it for you. Justify it for you, man. Yeah. So what team is that? Robo. Mm, Justify it for you, man. I mean, all them expensive hotels and you know what I mean? Look at that shit, but all them sponsors and shit, all them team and camaraderie, you know? Yeah, man. All the camaraderie and all that. Yeah, I mean, at least he's a black guy, and what's a Red Bull Gaming Sphere London? All the team and camaraderie, I mean, looking at all these teams and that, you know? Mm, mm. Some blue-eyed white man decided I don't deserve to be there without giving a reason. It means he had no reason more than his blue eyes, and it gave him the right. Fine, my black skin and black mentality give me the right to attack you in the most violent way I can think of. You know what I mean? Let's go and look at some black monsters in the community, you know? Black man attack white man. Let's go on. Black guy attack old white man. Elderly man speaks after unprovoked attack. That's the one, yes, unprovoked. Yeah. So you can see this guy in his camouflage, you know. So you can see, so I'm glad I found this specific situation. So this poor old guy, I mean, obviously, they said it was unprovoked. Regardless of what happened, I think he's a bit too old to attack. I think you'd have to let him slide. His kids, as long as they're fighting age, is a different story. They'd have to take what their dad did. But whatever. Apparently, the key comment there was, what did she say? Oh, they said everyone knew him. And that white guy in his camouflage coat came and said he's known him for 12 years. So, as a foreigner in Britain, it says how easy it is for a local to slander, deprive, subjugate, molest, abuse, attack, distort, confuse, target, stress, intimidate, bully, um, emotionally, psychologically, manipulate, destroy, um, control, irritate, provoke, um, disregard, disproportionate, oppress, instigate, defame, what's the other word I'm looking for now? Controversialize, critique, gain support, relentlessly pursue. There's so many words I could drop. Well, you could see where somebody like that could have that done. Yeah, you could see that. But in Jamaica, in my entire life, I have never seen a group of Jamaicans target one white man in Jamaica. Never seen. Yo, you go through the history of Jamaica. In my 33 years, you won't find one white man being abused or harassed. One of them might have got shot because he was involved in gang activities, but you would never see any black person in any black country target any white people. What the reason behind that is, one could speculate. Maybe we're all afraid of their military because they're not opposed to bombing indiscriminately. But you never see these things take place. But you can see the response that you got from him being attacked. And obviously, I don't agree. I don't know why, but whoever did it has his reasons. Me personally, he's a bit too old for me to take. I take it out on his kids, to be honest, because the sins of the father and all that. Yeah. But you can see how somebody who's embedded in a community, local and indigenous, and has a foundation family-wise in a community, could draw any support against any, one would say, outsider, foreigner, immigrant, um, refugee, somebody seeking refuge, anything. You could see where they could turn anybody against anybody based on that principle. So again, these men aren't even doing anything clever. It's basic human nature. And because these men are so deep in psychology, you could obviously know that they would know, and that would be their primary motive, because they knew people would have taken their side regardless. Guess what? People are now starting to defect from the little coup union. People are now starting to walk away, thinking like, well, maybe they're thinking something isn't too right here, or maybe they're thinking, well, they were lied to. They could be thinking any numerous things. But people have been walking away. And the problem they're having now is, I ain't walking away. Everybody knows in regards that if they weren't technically involved, then I have no beef with them regardless, because I understand what the word manipulation and deceit is. So they're quite aware that that's the case and they're quite safe. These particular cons know that it's not really the case for them. So I would suggest, I've seen videos of the idiot there, thousands of men. I got no support, I'm by myself. I'm gonna take on every last thousands of you little racist cons. I mean, I didn't want to come here. And your little monkey Delta, your little butler, had me, and Michael had me transported to this country. And they've abandoned me and allowed you white men to do all manner of evil to me. And when I'm done with you, man, if I'm not broken into pieces, I'm not dead, suffering from a concussion, some form of comatose state, I'll deal with them too. They say save the best for last, eh? I don't want to listen to this guy. Listen to him. Let him keep himself there. So three black students face the charges. Let's go. So very sad to say, but I'm only one person, so I can't surround anybody. I can't surround the soldier. The fucking anatomical, was it? An, uh, anatomically impossible.
Captured on surveillance cameras, a 90-year-old bottle collector pushes a shopping cart on Broadway near West 204th Street around 6 p.m. Friday when a stranger sharply.
Why do we get up in the morning? Don't be fooled. Youngsters are dangerous. But Jacqueline Glacier is live in Dallas Park with Terry Liz on the search tonight. Jacqueline?
Detectives here at Pinellas Park PD are teaming up right now with officers over in St. Pete to try and find these two other teens. The one teen that they arrested earlier tonight, he's not telling police where they can find his brother or his friend, but he is talking.
I'm sorry to that man. I apologize.
It's too late for Tone Tone. That's how this 16-year-old is known on South St. Pete streets. It's not worth it. Pinellas Park police say he confessed to beating and robbing an 83-year-old man Tuesday, leaving him black and blue. But he denied stabbing him. Instead, Tone Tone, who's been booked under his real name, Antonio Peterson, is blaming his 16-year-old brother Xavier and 15-year-old Jasmine Burry. Tell him where your brother's at. The teens are suspected of returning to the man's house just hours after the initial attack and stealing his car. For Tone Tone, lockup is a place he's used to. He's had previous arrests for robbery and assault. He even had an active warrant on an unrelated case when he was picked up today. Police explained that because he was never charged as an adult in those cases, he got a slap on the wrist and went right back onto the streets.
The guidelines for juveniles and juvenile sentencing are lesser than adults. There are the minimum standards for juveniles.
And back on the streets is where Tone Tone would like to be tonight. Here's the message he had for his dad. Peterson will be in court in the morning. It is up to the state attorney now whether or not he'll be charged as an adult in this case. Live tonight in Pinellas Park, Jacqueline Lake, ABC Action News. Thank you, Jack.
We're gonna end the night there.